Okay, knight takes d4, Scotch opening, very standard. And I wonder which variation Lanier will choose. I expect Lanier has to be prepared for this. So I'm expecting either knight to f6, which would be the main line, or alternatively, bishop to c5 is a line which is also played quite a lot. And finally, there's a tricky line, which is not very good, but is very good for blitz, queen to h4. This is a line which can catch you off balance if you're not prepared theoretically, but at this level, I would doubt that Lanier will bring this to the board. Knight to f6 is my guess for this position, and we'll see. He's thinking.
He's thinking.
Funny, because Lanier really should have this worked out. So maybe he does have it worked out, but he's trying to get into the game.
He needs to get in a game, because what happens to all the chess players at any level when your opponent is not showing up for 25 minutes from the start, somehow your mind is already digesting the fact that your opponent will not show up, and you are trying to focus for the next day. Somehow you are losing the concentration, and I remember it used to be a thing back in the days when the players would just be late on purpose.
It's actually quite annoying.
It is.
Of course,
annoying.
no one does it in principle on purpose, but it's annoying to be sitting on your chair, waiting for your opponent to come, wait for 55 minutes, and then he arrives and he plays fast. It's a bit annoying. You can get distracted and start thinking, I've already won this game, and then you have to play. So, as you say, I agree.
Yeah.
He might be trying
after some time,
adjusting his mind.
You just don't want your opponent to show up anymore.
Exactly.
Okay, I've never been in Dominguez's shoes, but I was qualifying for candidates. But there is always a prize when your opponent is not showing up. You are losing chances for the prize. You're losing glosses for your norms, and it's not good. But after some time, you are just taking the fact that your opponent will not come, and you don't want your opponent to come.
You actually prefer him not to come after a certain time. But as we were mentioning, this has happened to me, and I'm sure it's happened to you as well. But in the case of today, I would, for the moment, just think that most probably Guruvka was distracted by some problem, and he came
He
late.
looks like a man who ran a lot.
Yeah, he could easily also have said sorry to Lanier, which we wouldn't have heard. But that is a good thing to do.
He said sorry?
No. He could easily have said sorry. We didn't hear it, but I wouldn't be surprised if when he arrived at the board he might have mentioned something. Because if I arrive late, but not on purpose, I would say to my opponent, "Hey, I'm sorry. Good luck. I'm sorry that this happened to me, and good luck in the game." And we'll see. We can
maybe
try
not good luck, but I would say so.
I always say good luck to my opponent. Yes, but it's of course I want them to have a good luck in life and in the game. I want to
not
win.
in the game.
No, I want to win the game. But
I found it very something cultural, because very often I think it's only in Spain when people.
Buena suerte. I think it's not so.
Good luck.
Especially in blitz games, I always say it. In classical games, it depends. If my opponent says something to me, I'll say it back. If not, I'll just shake hands and get it done. But in blitz games, there's much more banter.
Blitz,
and then you can just say, okay, good luck. But I don't want them to have much luck anyway. But it's just a way of breaking the ice and getting to game. This is interesting. You should try and bring this h4 up, because in this position, after queen e7, queen e2, normally white is going c4. This has been mainstream theory since Kasparov revived this line in the late 90s, and c4 has always been the move where black normally can go bishop to a6, pinning the pawn to the queen. So this h4, although I know it's theoretical, it's a move that I don't recall having been played so fast. And Lanier is very, very quick to play queen to e6, allowing the bishop to develop to b4 or c5, depending on what white does. So, Ketty, when you have a moment, if you can check if this queen to e6 is theoretical and how we are doing in on theory based, because I'm not quite sure about this. This is a very specific line, which I know on general terms, but not such specifically.
Yeah, I'm on my way to check.
Okay.
Check that. Seems like not too many games in the database.
Not too many games, yeah.
In fact, I don't see actually any. I have the access to online database right now.
C4, bishop a6, and then later on h4, I know is being played. But h4 so fast, it's a move that I haven't seen very often. But in any case, the computer says that it's okay.
There are games. Okay, so there are games.
There are a few games,
so C4 is the main move,
line,
and
yes.
H4 it seems to be the second popular move here.
Okay.
And after H4, Queen E6 is the first choice here for Black.
It seems good because you get the queen out of the way of the bishop, and put it on a safe square, and of course, if now White plays C4 hitting the knight, we do have the option of checking on B4 and then quickly doing the castle if we needed be. So the idea of H4, it could be a several purpose move. It could be the initiation of a launch of an attack if needed, but more importantly, I do know that in these positions the rook can come and swing out by H3 to the third rank and perform some functions, but it doesn't develop. And as it doesn't develop, there's always an element of risk when you make these pawn moves. But okay, Golubka played it quickly. So we have to think that he is in theory. The funny thing is he's thinking now. And okay, let's see if he's played a move. He hasn't played a move.
He has not played a move. There are several moves here. Instead of C4, there is also a G3, very interesting move.
Now G3, okay.
Yeah, with the idea to play bishop to H3, as the queen has played on E6 now. This queen can be the target. Another move is knight to D2.
Okay,
in
D2.
fact, it's one of the main lines here. And then goes to knight F3.
Just try and get the knight to F3 and finish development. It's important to sustain the pawn on E5, which sometimes comes under attack by the lateral pawns or even by a bishop in fianchetto. So yeah, several ways to play. And Black always has these knight jumps to F4 and B4, which are moves that Golubka has to be aware of and take care. But it's funny that Queen to E6 is the main move against H4, and Golubka started to think, I wonder what he's up to, because Queen E6 is the move that he must have been expected when he plays H4. Because it's the main move, I mean, and it's also a very sensible and logical move. I wonder why he's thinking now. Already, when you start with 25 minutes left, you can't really make deep things if you know the theory of the position. Okay, so we'll keep an eye on this move, Ketty, if you think it could be a good idea, and let's check one or two of the other games. We could go to game 2, which we haven't seen yet, where our esteemed colleague Seturaman is playing with the white pieces. His opponent in this game is Vitaly Sivuk, a grandmaster from Sweden. It looks like a Swedish flag. But this name, Vitaly Sivuk, doesn't seem to me like...
I think he just recently changed the federation
I think he's
from
a recent,
Ukraine.
From Ukraine. It seems to me like it's a recent federation change, yes, because both the name, but also I remember that the Swedish players, I don't recall them having this player in their team. So he's playing with the black pieces. We can see the board already in front of us. Seturaman is not sitting at the board anymore. He's gone for a small walk, and Vitaly is concentrated on the black pieces. The game is topical. Ruy Lopez with, I think, the archangel variation. Well, of course, white played with the D3, so black developed with the bishop to C5. And again, these ideas which we discussed the other day, Ketty, about playing G5 or not playing G5 and the consequences of having your king castled and weakening the king side. Okay, for the moment this hasn't happened. White has hit with a4, and this is the position where they're discussing theoretical nature. I seem to remember that Shirov in these positions used to play bishop to g4 and sacrifice the b5 pawn. But I can't be certain if it's exactly this position because they're so similar, the different positions in this variation. So, as I'm not certain, Vitaly played b4, and now it's White's turn. Do we have any theory on this position? It seems to me that White should play knight to c4, but I'd like to know what the opinion of the pundits are on the grandmaster level.
Before is something that has not been very popular in online database. Probably in the chess base there are plenty of moves there, but mostly g5 has been played, bishop to d7 has been played, and then there is also knight to a5 move.
And knight to a5. Okay, seems logical, and if the pawn is captured, there will be some tactics on the line. Actually, this is a nice tactic to be aware of. If knight takes pawn, knight takes bishop, queen takes, and for those who are following us, maybe just slightly lower level, we always have to be careful when a queen is pinned behind a knight. Moves such as c6 here would already create a very strong threat with bishop to f2. So yeah, this seems theoretical and good. So b4 is new, or relatively new, and what to play? I think that knight c4 makes sense, but bishop a4 also makes some sense, hitting the knight on c6. It's a move that sometimes I've seen when a player advances his pawn too fast, and of course pawn takes pawn would also be possible. Do we have a suggestion from the computer after b4?
After b4, the best move here could be just to play knight to c4, and I think that also has been played in the game, or not.
Let's check, but it's a very sensible move.
And yeah, I think he just played knight c4.
Yeah, Seturaman has sat down again, and very sensible move, hitting the bishop, trying to achieve the bishop pair, and of course black. Oh, this has been pawn takes pawn. Seturaman will recapture with the pawn. Okay, he's only thinking if he has to intermezzo, knight takes bishop, but I think he'll take pawn takes pawn. Let's see what he does. If you play knight takes bishop intermezzo, black can also do intermezzo with pawn takes pawn, so I don't think it makes much sense. And I think that Seturaman in a few seconds will play pawn takes pawn. He hasn't done it yet, but it seems to me that he can't take much time to do it.
There's one small nuance, because if you play, you can play here with white with bishop a4, starting with that, forcing black's bishop to be on d7, and then to capture.
He took back, but let's see what would have happened. Oh, and then capture. No?
And then capture.
Okay, a small nuance to the same position,
so,
but with the inclusion of these two moves.
Castle, and you have the bishop which hits the knight, and black has this passive bishop on d7. But what just happened, and which is I think the most natural move here, after castle and castle, now black can play bishop to e6, so to see the difference here, a
bit more active.
Yeah, black has this bishop at active place, bishop b3 on b3 might not be the best square because it's somehow under some threats on the b file, and there's a little slight difference here, but I don't see really big of the
It's not big.
change.
And then, of course, on the king side, we have this standard pin, which always makes things slightly tricky for black, because if he moves his knight, he will lose his queen, and if he doesn't move the knight, he can't really move the queen much because white would capture the knight and break open the king side. So this is always something which personally I don't like to face, and that's why I don't play e4, e5, Ketty, and I play the French, and so I never have to face this type of problems. I have to face other type of problems, but at least not this one. Okay, so let's pass on to another game. So I think we can briefly check board 3 because this is an interesting variation. On board 3 we have
Horvath Dominic and
Horvath against
Ferdinand
Ernesto.
Guilain Ernesto.
So Ernesto is the player who on the first round played this Suleiman-Janis Gambit and was nearly lost. He told me yesterday evening that yesterday he played a very nice game, which we didn't have a chance to see. And today the line is the Greco Gambit. We don't generally see the Greco Gambit. E5 is an option, but Greco Gambit is pawn takes pawn. And after check, the Greco Gambit full would be with knight to c3, and black would capture a pawn, and that is the gambit. But Horvath prefers to play bishop to d2, sorry, knight to d2, and black has played bishop d5, pawn takes pawn, knight takes pawn, castle, castle, and a3, bishop to d2. This is the position, and personally, I would say that white has a slight advantage in the opening because although he has an isolated pawn, he does have the bishop pair. What do you think? Are you in agreement with this, or do you think black can equalize comfortably here? What do you think, Katie?
If I would choose here, I would choose white side because I like the pair of bishop, and this isolated pawn creates more space for my pieces, and I see it's a bit easier to play for me for white here if I choose white, because I can play, for instance, rook to e1, then I can play bishop g5, I can play always this rook to c1, bishop back on b3, queen d3, and to set up this battery. I can always play knight to e5, these kind of ideas. So I believe also h3 is out there. Do not forget to avoid bishop g4 kind of moves. And from black's perspective, against the isolated pawn, we need to blockade it. It's now blockaded with the knight, but we need also to attack this pawn.
Not so many pieces to attack this pawn.
So we need dark square bishop here in this position to start the attack. Bishop on f6 would be such a great piece.
It's funny because black did have the option to retreat the bishop to e7 or even to a5 and then to b6, but bishop to e7 would be definitely a very solid and safe move. So when Ernesto captures on d2, I have to think that if white captures back with the bishop, he's going to play bishop to g4. So I don't see any other move trying to hit the pawn at d4 somehow. Computer says white is fine. So we have to trust the computer evaluation, and also my intuition suggests that capturing on d2 can't be so good, giving up the bishop pair so free of charge. Horvath is thinking he needs to calculate that after bishop g4 nothing serious is happening, and I think he'll arrive at that conclusion. He can play, there are some moves he can play here.
But it's I'm not so certain after bishop g4 here in this position, Michael, because somehow white's bishop also struggles now to find the square. There's no bishop g5 because it trades some of the pieces. Yeah. If you play bishop e3 or bishop c3, then you allow me to trade the knight for bishop and change the pawn structure. Yep. And on the other hand, I'm just trying to threaten at some point to take on f3 and d4. Right now, the knight on d5 is hanging. Yes. But if I play next move, knight b6, hit the bishop, I'm then really threatening knight d4 right away. Yeah.
I wonder if, it's true that you can't capture straight away, so maybe I can stick in h3 and see what you do. But, okay, we'll have to wait, because it's actually the turn of white, and he still hasn't decided how to recapture. Because he's wondering if he can face bishop g4 comfortably, and if he can't, he does have the option of capturing with the queen. A bit weird, but it's there. It's something he can do. So we'll have to wait for Horvath to make this decision.
Yeah,
Okay.
queen d2 seems to be the move, might be played here, but after bishop g4 you are still going through this threats, bishop
Yeah.
f3 to double the
Yeah.
pawns.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, I think Ernesto here went with very practical decision to give up the bishop for the knight, but try to eliminate some of the pieces. And we know in the isolated pawn positions, it's very good to
It's a good
trade
strategy. It's a good
pieces
strategy.
as much as possible, because in the end game it will be more difficult for white to hold this weakness.
Yeah, I agree. I wouldn't have said it better. So I completely agree. So let's leave this one. We'll keep an eye on this position and quickly see board number 4. Board number 4, we have Brandon Jacobson from United States against another Indian player, Mahdi. No, this is not India. This looks like Iran. Mahdi Gholami Orimi. What a nice name, Mahdi Gholami Orimi. Playing with the black pieces against Brandon Jacobson. There's 2. And Aaron is a FIDE master who is around 2,400, sometimes a bit less, sometimes a bit more. And the funny thing is...
Oh my God, look at the sunset here.
Right behind you.
That was so nice. I'm sorry to interrupt, but...
Could we get the sunset back, please?
Wait, I want to make a photo.
Oh. This is what we do with the commentary team here in Sitges. Instead of playing chess and commentating, we enjoy... Look at it, it's just behind us here. I mean, imagine turning around. I mean, I'm just going to...
beautiful.
You can look at the screen. I prefer to look at the sunset. Look. Oh, it's just so nice. Just so nice. It's so nice. Look at this. I mean, it's so nice. I mean, can't we have this every day here? Can't we have this every day here?
Moment of appreciation.
Okay.
Wow, this is truly very beautiful. And I have to say one thing that is very important for me. I don't know how many of our viewers will get this, but somehow this place gives me like peace, which like I feel very peaceful here and very relaxed. My mind and like everything which is happening in my mind, I think because of the view like this. When you have the view, when you wake up every day with this view, somehow you are just a happier person, I guess.
Sitges is one of the nicest places to live here in Catalonia and in Spain. And many of the players of the Barcelona football team, when they come to play in Barcelona, they have a choice of places where they can live. And for example, Messi and other players choose to live either in Sitges or in Castelldefels, which is a town which is next to Sitges, and they all have the same sunset, the same beach area, this peace you're talking about. And a very famous painter used to live in Sitges and used to paint, and there's even a house and a restaurant, a famous Dali painter. Used to do things here in Sitges. Yeah, it's a big story. Sitges is a very well-known place.
Paints are nothing peaceful, or it's all the craziness.
But
I love Dali so much.
maybe he was inspired somehow by the views. You were telling me this morning you went for a walk.
Yes.
Sitges is wonderful.
Oh,
it's a very nice place to go to.
It's a really nice place to
we're
be.
Getting
weather is fantastic at this time
today
of the period.
Today was good. It was very good.
Very sunny, not too hot.
Today we're actually eating in the restaurant and the sun was beaming down, and I think we were 23, 24 degrees. So, I mean, this is a lot. For December, 24 degrees, I mean, you can only get this in the Canary Islands normally in Spain in December.
Yeah, and I also know that Messi, he also owns a restaurant here in this city, Argentinian restaurant. And in fact, some years ago, I had a chance to stay in the hotel which Messi owns, as I understood, hoping that I will meet him one day in the elevator, which never came in reality.
He probably owns hotels in many places in the world. So maybe you've already
I know that
he
he stays in that hotel when he's here, but it's like he didn't go at that time.
Messi suite. Okay, so going back to the game, as I was saying, the Brandon, the Jacobson brothers of course, what do they do when they play against each other? So they've played against each other in Spain several times already.
Oh, okay.
Several times. And when two brothers or sisters or husband and wife play against each other, there are several ways you can face that decision. They can play and see who wins. They can do a draw, which is very common. Or in the case of the two brothers, and they've done this already 2 or 3 times, so it's not a one-off thing, one of the two doesn't come to play that board. They win or lose by forfeit.
Really?
Yes. This has happened. Yeah.
Oh.
No, I'm not judging it. It's a situation.
Yeah.
But of course, if you play.
Oh, that's very interesting. This.
But when there is a big gap of rating between the two of them, there's no real answer for this. No?
Is it a gap between them?
Now there's about 130 points, but there used to be nearly 250 points. So yeah. This has happened already in two or three times, and I mean it's not a big deal, but one of them just decides not to play, and it's won by they probably don't want to play against each other because they're brothers, no? Yeah. And on the other hand, as the gap is too big, a draw would probably not be good for one of the two. So they have found this decision. And
wow, that's very. These family situations are always very
it's unfortunate, but of course
yeah.
the pairings can't avoid pairing them every now and then when both of them play the same tournament.
Yes.
I mean, I think it would be unfair to change the pairings every time a brother or a sister played together, or husband and wife. It would be impossible. No, I think the draw is the best solution.
Okay, I'll tell you one funny story about family situation. So I am in the chess world because of my grandmother. She has been always a big fan of chess. We have these traditions of the world champions in Georgia. And she loves to play chess. She every day it's chess online or over the board. And one day she calls and tells that, oh, can you check who I played this morning? And I was like, yeah, sure. And she tells me the name, and she was like, I think it's my brother.
Oh.
She's like 70 something, brother a bit older, 70, like let's say 75, brother 78. I think I played against my brother. And she invited him to register on chess.com and play chess. They both love to play chess. And I was like, okay, yeah, it's not a problem, I can check. And it's like, check it faster. And I was like, okay. And then I asked, like, how did he play? And it's like, of course I won. Because the brother is also very strong.
Okay.
And she was like, I knew it was him. I had an idea it was
Really?
him because of the name and the flag, Georgian flag. So she said that she used all the power.
Okay.
Of course, I played against my brother. I would not lose it.
Okay.
So I checked it, and it turned out that out of the million users that we're connected every day, and especially at this range, 1,500 to 1,700, a lot of players are going there. Sister and brother, at the age of 70, they met each other, they played, and after some checking, it's not so hard to check it. It was
real.
her brother,
Okay.
yeah.
And of course not prepared, so it's a random pairing in the
random
system.
pairing, yeah.
Wow. That's, I mean, what are the odds of two brothers and sisters playing together with a random pairing in chess.com, no? That's a fun story. Okay, let's get back to the game, because something interesting happening. In the game, we have a Nimo-Indian typical position with all these pawns here, very strong for white, but the pawn on c4 is under heavy attack by the bishop and by the knight. White has to find a way to either protect the pawn or sacrifice the pawn and try to attack in another area of the board. And also, Ketty, as you've probably noticed, there could be a check on a4 at some point, getting the pawn back. So this is a very interesting situation, and it's Black's turn to play. Can he capture the pawn? I don't think so, but let's check. If he captures with the bishop, then the queen does the check, and this is an important tactic for everyone to know. A check on the king, and pick up a knight on c4. Sometimes even on e4, this trick can happen. But what happens if he captures with the knight? Then if he captures with the knight, maybe we do the check straight away.
Yeah.
And then the piece we pick up is the bishop on a6. So that pawn cannot be captured. So what should black do?
In this position, what black can do additionally is to play rook to c8 to hit the pawn farther.
Nice.
But maybe not straight away, because this allows white to close the center.
Yes.
To play d5, and then you have knight and the bishop. Rook is not doing too much here.
Very good.
So this is one way to deal with this. Another way can be to capture the pawn first on d4.
Okay.
To
Let's
make
eliminate
sure
the
that
pawn, so they can't close the center.
to make
now
sure
attack.
that's now
Okay.
either attack or to play rook to c8, because both cases the pawn on c4 will hang.
It's under heavy pressure, that pawn. In fact, I dare say that that pawn might at some point be a loser. That pawn might be lost. But we have to say that in these positions, you might lose the pawn, but you might get some sort of attack on the other side of the board. So it's very tricky position. And of course, if black is able to castle, then there are very good chances of eliminating that pawn.
Yeah.
So this is an interesting position, and I can't see totally well because I left my glasses upstairs. I'll get them back afterwards. But I think that black is under 48 minutes.
Yeah, black has 48 minutes and white has spent just 1 minute. And some of the increments have decreed.
So Brandon has this under control. He knows what he's doing with the white pieces in principle.
Here's the thing, Michael. If we go back in the current position after castle, there are some positions where white's knight can get on d2 and guard this pawn, and it's fine.
Yes.
But the knight on g3 is a bit too far. And here, besides all what we have seen, black can also just castle in this position.
Seems logical.
And by the castle, you not only avoid queen a4 checks, but now the pawn on c4 is really hanging. So d5 cannot be the move that white can consider.
So what to do now?
And this is very, very difficult decision. Maybe bishop g5, hoping that you can play e5 and pin the knight.
Maybe. But already, okay, let's see. Bishop g5. Maybe this is possible, but black has some moves here. He can play e5, closing the center. Ketty, I'm worried about this pawn on c4. Brandon is playing very fast, so I expect he has it under control. He's not even sitting at the board, so he looks to be confident. But as you said, after the castle, the pawn is really in danger. By the way, if white plays queen to a4 here, just to protect the pawn, a typical idea is to offer an exchange of queens. And when the queens get off the board, let's say queen to e8, queen takes queen, rook takes queen, now this pawn is completely condemned. That pawn is going to the box. That pawn is going into the box. And according to the computer, black would have a very, very clear advantage in this position. There is no way to stop this pawn being captured. Okay, so let's see what Brandon will come up with when his opponent castles. Okay.
Yeah, there's one interesting line maybe for black for white in this position. Perhaps white is hoping for that. So in this position, c takes d4 and castle. They are both equally good moves.
Okay.
So let's say c takes d4, and now castle. In this position, white can go for bishop to d2.
Bishop to d2. Well, that's a weird move to see if you don't know it beforehand.
And hoping that you take on c4.
Okay, the threat is to capture the knight.
Yes.
So you could take with the knight, but then this is a bit weird.
Yeah, queen a4, I think queen a4 or rook to c1. This moves perhaps rook c1 right away.
Yeah, something weird here because we do have rook to knight takes d2. But if we played against the knight with the pin, maybe these moves could create some sort of disturbance with the pin on 8-4. But even this has to be calculated correctly. I seem to think, Ketty, that if I were black, I'd castle without capturing the pawns.
You castle, yeah. I mean,
why
the king
would,
should be castled first.
Yeah, and also why would I undouble the pawns? It doesn't make sense. No?
After knight c4, knight c4 is in fact not so great move.
Okay.
Bishop d2, knight c4. In this position now, white goes very tricky and plays after knight c4. Goes with bishop to g5.
Oh.
So basically, you invited knight on c4, drop this knight.
Or to pin the knight.
Yeah.
But now you're going for other ideas.
e5, queen a4 is strong now.
And you just keep this in hand, getting the bishop out of the way. Okay. Now, this is probably something that Brandon has prepared before the game. But if you don't exchange pawns, then these lines are not so easy to do. If I castle straight away, of course, if I don't exchange pawns, I can't attack it with the rook. But I do avoid giving white the option to play bishop to d2.
That's why this castle seems to me also
I would go for the castle. But his opponent, Mahdi Gholami, he's thinking about it very, very carefully and considering his options. He probably understands this might be a critical position.
Yep, a lot of good-looking candidate moves. The idea is very simple here, to attack on c file. At any cost here, black needs to get this pawn. Otherwise, if black is not that fast on the queen side, then white's attack can be quite strong on the king side. Sometimes there are also f4, f5, e5 kind of attack on this side. So he's in some thoughts. Meanwhile, maybe we can go to the other positions too. And for instance, check out the game board 7. Board
7, 2, 4, 6, 7.
Grandmaster Krzysztof Sochaczki against
Sochaczki, and that looks like a Belgian flag, French, Italy maybe?
French?
Looks like French, but
Inian
Inian is a well-known Indian player. He's played several tournaments in Spain. Inian, there's a funny anecdote. He was playing a tournament in Valencia, and I was actually playing the tournament, so I know this firsthand. And the funny thing is, he was on 7 points out of 8. 7 points out of 7. So he'd won the first 7 games. And he was paired for the 8th round, but he couldn't play. He had to forfeit the game because of an online event that he'd already agreed beforehand that he wouldn't play that round. So he lost the game, but he still won the tournament with 7 points. He won by tiebreak. He could have not won. Depending on the other results, he could have ended up 2nd or 3rd. So he actually kept his word and played the online tournament and risked losing the tournament. Wow. But he won anyway.
That's fantastic.
That was the lucky Inian. And Krzysztof Sochaczki, I'm not totally sure, but I think this is the French flag.
Yeah.
But I don't recall this name in the list of grandmasters of France. So either they're coming up very young and I'm just not knowing who they are, or it's a player who has changed
the federation,
flags. Yeah. But I just can't know. Okay, so what's happening in this position? Ketty, let's go quickly through the opening. This is Queen's Indian defense with fianchetto. Bishop to a6, hitting on the c4 pawn. Queen b3 is a rare move, perfectly playable, but there are other many more theoretical lines. I personally enjoy playing knight to c6 when I play the Queen's Indian and I'm faced with queen to b3. And black has preferred just to play bishop e7, knight to c3. Now he has played knight to c6. And the threat, of course, is knight to a5, hitting the queen. And again, like the position before, trying to knock off the pawn on c4.
Michael, if we just go back, you said you liked knight c6.
Yes.
But black played bishop e7, right? This is logical move. You want very quickly to castle. But if you play knight c6...
Let's see what's going to happen.
Here,
knight to c6.
You want knight a5 and to do the same. Hopefully. But now, white cannot play e4, which we had in the position. because
straight away.
Yeah, black gave the time for white to develop knight on c3.
Yeah.
That's why in the position now white can get the center, and
Yes.
that's why knight
Yes.
c6 here seems
I
to be
think it's
better
a bit better
move.
because
Yeah.
e4 wouldn't be so good now because
Yeah.
the pawn is not protected. But I'm not completely certain. But I think, if I remember rightly in my notes, I do have knight c6 straight away.
And then
Qui-
d5, yeah? Or
I think so. I
something.
think so. Because queen b3 is not one of the main lines against bishop a6. It's like more like a surprise move.
Yeah.
Okay, bishop e to e7, and now knight c3, and now e4.
e4 and the knight
bishop
from
protects the
c3.
pawn.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Everything is, all these pawns are protected by white's pieces.
Where it has the
Yeah.
full center and a healthy advantage according to the computer. e5.
Ooh.
This, according to the computer, is a decisive mistake. Now, why would this be a bad move? It does sacrifice a pawn, but I suppose black is expecting to get it back after knight to g4. Let's see what white plays. He plays pawn takes pawn. Why not? Knight to g4. And now we would like to protect this pawn. The only way to do that is bishop to f4.
Maybe black was planning to play g5 in this position.
Then black was probably planning g5
Yeah.
and a complete mess, total mess. Or maybe, I would have to calculate this myself, but bishop c5 could also be an opportunity. So
nice.
a complete mess, whatever you do. But I think white played differently. He played knight to d5, losing part of the advantage, giving back part of the advantage to black. I think he's agreed that you can get the pawn back, but I'm going to exchange your bishop pair and just play an open position with a pair of bishops. So this is good for
Yeah.
white.
It's good for white, although more accurate move here in this position is
Yeah.
to play bishop f4. Invite g5.
Invite g5.
Otherwise, you want to play h3 here, and the knight on g4 is stuck. Now play bishop d2.
Drop back to d2. This is exactly like the Budapest variation. In the Budapest Gambit, there's exactly this position, and bishop to f4, g5, and bishop to d2 is played.
Yeah.
And it's the same position as the Budapest Gambit.
And now we will find out why bishop f4, bishop d2 are so good. They are so good move.
Take
Knight
the
takes
pawn.
e5 and knight takes e5. In this position, white goes with long castle.
Long castle, okay.
White then later on wants to play f4.
Okay, and open up the position for the pieces.
Knight d5.
c3, everything.
Bishop c.
Everything is coming in,
comes
yeah.
on
Yeah.
alongside.
And black doesn't have anywhere to go with this king.
Yeah. Instead of castle, white even has an additional move. Let's go one move back without trading the knights. In this position, you can play knight d5 now.
Oh, and protect the knight with the queen.
With the queen.
Oh,
And
interesting.
so basically you invited g5, and now you might use this as a weakness, because you want some positions,
Yeah.
you want to take on 7, take on g5, the pawn, and to play this kind of positions. Black is sort of stuck here. What really black can play in this position, right?
Yeah. I prefer the line with
other
long
one,
castle,
yeah.
but this also looks good because there's a hook here. When a pawn is advanced and you get a move like h4 or f4 in, you're using the g5 point as a hook to open up the position.
Yeah.
Of course, if black could long castle here, he'd be okay, but it's
Yeah.
not so easy. Yeah, I like the position for white here. So maybe P-Inian has just taken slightly too much risk in this position against Christophe Solaki, who is playing for the French. I think his face reminds me of one of the French players that were participating yesterday in the table tennis tournament. I saw you around there doing some photos in the table tennis tournament in the evening. Did I see you there or not?
I was there for a moment, but then it got really chilly for me.
I saw
and
quite a
went
few
to
French
sleep.
players warming up with their balls. I saw Gilles Mussard, and I think Solaki, his face rings a bell, and he was playing table. There was a lot of players participating
Yeah,
last night.
yeah.
Quite a few Indian players. They're all day practicing in the table tennis. I mean,
I think they are going from the chess tournament to
It's
table
unbelievable.
tennis.
There are 70 Indian players here, and half of them, when they finish their games, they meet here in the table tennis, and they're playing 2 against 2, and they're taking turns.
Yes.
They don't let anyone else play. It's theirs. It's basically theirs. I mean,
Yeah,
they have bought the table tennis, and sometimes they're playing in the pool as well.
yes,
So
yes.
there's
I
no
remember
table
I chat with one of the players who is not from India, and he said like, I finally booked my time. I'm gonna play now the table tennis, and he was running to play.
I mean, they're really. But there's so many of them. It's a big
So
group
cute,
this year.
yeah.
It's a big group, and it's nice because
It's
they're
super
young
nice.
kids and they're having a good time playing their chess tournaments, playing their bullet tournaments, their blitz tournaments.
Super nice.
Today
and
we
cute.
had the masterclass of tartar steak,
Ooh.
and I think it was some sort of sushi thing. So everyone is getting. There was a yoga class in the morning. I mean,
I skipped that one because I really wanted to go to town. And
so
it
many
was
things
really
to do.
good.
So many things to do in the
But
tournament.
yeah, Michael, in this position, in this game, before we go forward and check out the other games, so what we have right now, it is white to move, and I can see that engine gives here white advantage after f4.
Yeah, f4 seems logical.
So
Yeah.
you white can get the space advantage. Knight g4, because if knight goes back on c6, basically you just allow white to have very nice center. And after this move, white can go with e5.
Okay,
Get
straight away
more
e5.
space.
And
Bishop
maybe
g2
bishop
is an
G2.
idea now to play h3 and so on and so on. So yeah, I think the h3 and g4 is the idea. So e5 takes f6 square under control. Black can play bishop to c5. Looks very logical move. And white can go here with queen to f3.
Okay.
So if you give the check with the bishop, king steps aside, and black's 2 pieces are
One of these are
stuck
hanging
to
now.
each other.
One of these is hanging.
You will lose the bishop
What
here.
about knight to f2? What does the
About-
computer suggest?
yeah, after knight-
It seems very shaky to me, but some b4. What are we going to see here?
After knight to f2, you can go here with rook to g1 and
G1,
rook to
okay.
g2.
And the knight is also nearly trapped, no?
Yeah.
This knight can't capture anything, and it's practically trapped. This is a very bad position, very bad position.
And yeah, besides that, there's also bishop e3, perhaps, to trade the bishops and get the knight back.
Or
and
knight
then-
e3
yeah,
if
yeah,
c6. I think the knight is going to be lost, and this is a very good position for white, yeah.
Yeah, so this is
Indian
quite
in
shaky.
trouble. Indian in trouble and playing very fast, but possibly in big danger here. Indian from India.
Indian from India, nicely, nicely said. Michael, I think we can take a look at Dominguez
Yep.
and Golubka game and take our first break today.
Yeah, it's funny because there must be more moves. Okay.
Yeah, they
so
have
we
played
left
several.
it here. We weren't sure why Golubka was thinking so long after playing h4, and the game continued with knight to d2, which is one of the moves you suggested. a5, taking control of this b4 square, but more importantly,
Bishop A6.
allowing for bishop to a6, and knight to f3, bishop to b4, check, bishop to d2. I wonder if after c3 there might be a sacrifice. It might look promising to take and win the rook. I don't see why this can't be possible. So white played bishop to d2,
Oh, yes. Yes.
and black played bishop to a6. These bishops look very menacing, very menacing. I think queen to e4 would be the move here. Oh, c4,
C4.
okay. But the pawn is pinned. So, well, not exactly, because normally the queen is on e7 and pawn takes knight is not a threat. But with the queen on e6, pawn takes knight might be a threat. So we have to be careful. And Lenier decided to retreat the knight, hitting the pawn, and b3 is the obvious move. And now Lenier played castle. So this is the position. Ketty, do you think that Lanier, although the position is equal, do you think that he's achieved his objective of an unbalanced position where he can fight for the win? Would that be an objective that he has accomplished in this position? Is it unbalanced enough?
I think it's quite complicated position. It is very resourceful. It's not very dry without ideas. I believe that both sides have their own ideas. I really don't know which side I like the most here. Black is the one who developed the pieces first. White's king is still in the center, but White has more active pieces, some of the space advantage. So I think it's a double-edged position.
Double-edged, yeah.
That's something that Dominguez really wants to have to carry on and fight for the win. But one thing that Dominguez have achieved is to catch up on time. Definitely, only 4 minutes difference right now. That is a very good success for.
The time situation is a success for Golubka,
yes.
But at least it's unbalanced. It's a position where things can happen. I mean, it's not one of these close, symmetrical, boring positions where White with decent moves could. No, here Golubka has to play good moves. You play strange moves here with White or with Black, and you can easily land in trouble because there's a lot of weaknesses and pieces which are unbalanced. Black has 2 bad pieces on the queen side, but he does have an extra pawn in the center, and White is slightly undeveloped. So we'll have to see how this unfolds.
If White here delays the castle, then f6, rook e8, d6, as you are pointing out, will get White really in huge problems. So here the engine suggests go ahead, hurry up, and long castle.
Long castle.
Yeah,
okay.
Which looks so irrelevant in this position. There is all the pieces on the queen side.
That's
E4
not
is
a move.
coming.
That's not a move.
I don't know.
It wouldn't come easily to me, that move. I understand it when you say it's okay, but if I was thinking of this position, I doubt that I would play long castle. I think that in this position, I would more likely play queen to e4 to try and get my bishop out. However, if you tell me, Michael, long castle is okay, then I would play it. But I'd be very worried being caught between the sights of the bishop and maybe the queen, or even some piece sacrifice on the queen side. I'd be very worried. Actually, the computer doesn't like long castle much, so...
It's interesting because it suggests the first line with 0-0.
I'd be amazed if
you
Golubka
make
does it. And
castle
you make it,
and drops
it goes
down. Yeah. That's why you can never trust engines.
You can never trust the engines. You should always give the engines a point. But I'd be amazed. I just don't think it's the type of move that I would do. Actually, in this line, most of the times White is not long castling. So I don't think it's an intuitive move for Golubka. But of course, he shouldn't exchange bishops because pawn takes will open up the file. Queen e4 is possible, but d5 could be a very strong move because the queens are en priant. So that's another problem. And if he plays slowly with g3 and bishop g2, we were suggesting some f6. So the position is not clear. And that's why Golubka is in complete thought.
Yeah, very interesting position. And this is something that is not the common theory that we have in every game. I think this is quite new. There are always this kind of lines that you have in your files. It's not that you're forgetting, you are remembering it time to time, looking through, but you never play that kind of lines. And you don't really know how it feels on the board, because when you're analyzing at home, it's a different, and when you play against your opponent, that is another story. You guys, this game is heating up.
This is a game we'll have to.
It's going to be decisive for sure.
We have to pay close attention to this game. Lanier on the video stream looks quite calm, quite collected. I think he's happy with the outcome of the opening, and we'll see. We'll take a small break, and when we come back, we'll be able to see if Lanier has been able to get anything out of the open, and if Golubka decides to go for the long castle or not. Yeah, guys, we're going to be back in a few minutes, and we're going to take over from that moment. This is round 4 at Chessable Sunway Sitges Chess Festival.
Checkmate the climate change. We're close to the climate endgame, and we have an inferior position, but a victorious checkmate to climate change is still possible. We're just pawns in this game, but does anyone know better than a chess player how powerful pawns can be in an endgame? At Chessable Sunway Sitges International Chess Festival, we recognize the power of isolated pawns, but we love to play in coordination. We can castle and wait, but we always preferred dynamic moves. This is why we ask you to embark with us on this journey to help raise awareness in our beloved chess community. One move at a time, and we'll see if a small advantage becomes decisive one day. We can all together put our grain of sand to save our planet. There's no better game to win. So how are we doing more precise moves now than we used to? Less paper, more digital. We stopped using tons of paper to publish and distribute results in pairings, announcements of lectures and side activities, etc. Emails and WhatsApp messages have become our bishops to rapidly spread our messages, and our screens strategically placed across our facilities help cover all squares, so that no one can move without knowing what's going on. It's not only sustainable, it's convenient. Cell phones may be the enemy of fair play in the playing halls, but they are our best ally outside them. We developed our own app for iOS and Android that you can download and open anytime, while not playing, to be up to date with what's going on in our chess festival, and without any risk of being blamed for cheating. It's also available in the smart TV of your room. And what about accreditations? Here's the deal, don't throw them, because with just a little water and minimal care, your accreditation, printed on paper with seeds, will germinate and become a plant. When you're home, it will remind you of the memorable moments you spent at Chessable Sunway Sitges International Chess Festival, and it will cheer you to help us to be just part of the opening of the chess community's game against climate change. Don't get it wrong though, our accreditation won't grow green chessboards. Electronic score sheets are arriving, but we may need some extra time to adopt them. Players will need to keep on writing. However, when printing is necessary, we try to use recycled paper. Less plastic. We may not be able to make it disappear immediately, but we're looking to leave plastic in Zhuangzhuang. Quality and attention to details has always been part of our identity sign at Sunway events, so we're not cutting anything. Will we still be giving pens for notation of score sheets or gifts to participants? Let us keep the surprise, but if we did, who knows, they will preferably be made with biodegradable and ecological materials. What about free water during the rounds? We will be using sustainable packaging, and we will ask players to take a small step towards sustainability to have their ecological bottles refilled. While we love online chess, over-the-board tournaments like Sunway are a unique experience to take part in. So, what about plastic chess sets? We know we still have many, but we're very aware of time pressure. We're kind of turning back the clock to enlarge the number of wooden boards and pieces in our tournament, in a timeless move for eco-chess crusaders. Better accommodation. Since 2021, our 4-star hotel in Sitges has the Biosphere certification in tourism, which recognizes our continuous improvement towards more sustainable models. And, knowing that chess players require very well-lit playing halls, since 2023, solar panels installed next to the main playing hall are producing part of our own energy. There are many other measures that Sunway Playa Golf Hotel and Spa, venue of the Chess Festival, has been introducing during these years to reduce its carbon footprint, improve water efficiency, or allow energy savings, like changing almost all lighting to LED lighting, or installing motion sensors to activate lights in the hotel's less crowded areas, detecting even the quietest chess players. Sensors in windows and doors limit the useless operation of air conditioning machines when those windows and doors are open. Taps in restrooms have been changed to prevent the waste of water, which is precious in our warm Mediterranean location. Amenities left in the rooms for guests are biodegradable and ecological, etc. All guests at Sunway Hotel and Apartments have free bicycles to facilitate their mobility, reducing the environmental impact of transportation. There's no more enjoyable and sustainable way of entering a game or of mentally analyzing your moves after hours of concentration than to cycle along the seafront promenade. And for those who don't want to cycle, we also provide free bus passes that will allow you to forget your own car during your stay in Sitges. Responsible F&B management. just in case players haven't eaten any opponent's pieces during their games, we make sure they have enough quality food and beverages in our restaurants at Sunway Playa Golf Hotel and Spa. Purchase from local suppliers, when possible, to reduce the impact of CO2 and promote proximity trade is just part of our game strategy. It's not only time we don't like to waste, so we use efficient waste management to get a better endgame position. Selective garbage collection, or use of returnable glass bottles and other containers, are our defense, no matter if Sicilian, Slav, or French, against environmental degradation. And our openings list includes the use of biodegradable and recycled single-use items such as tablecloths, straws, or napkins. Let's talk coffee. It's organic, it's sustainable, and it's in a biodegradable cup. Even our coffee beans are in on this eco-chess game. And we don't forget the quick response QR codes, which are available in our restaurants, and they remind us that a quick response is what our planet needs. Chessable Sunway Sitges Chess Festival was born 10 years ago with a mission, offering quality and taking care of details. We want every player to feel like a grandmaster. It's time to expand that mission for our next editions. We want every player to get a grandmaster in sustainability norm. We're far from perfect, but we're studying, training and calculating to improve. Climate change seems to be using the latest version of Stockfish, but working all together can build an unbeatable database of ideas to checkmate it. Welcome to our Green and Sustainable Chess Festival. Checkmate the climate change. A quest for the most complete chess player. Can you think of a chess event where anyone can win, regardless of whether being a grandmaster or an amateur? Can you think of an event where a win counts more than 2 draws? Can you think of an event that rewards players who enjoy playing more chess games? Can you think of an event that combines different chess variations? We think it is possible. It will be so fun that it should not be a closed tournament, but open to every chess player. And there's no better moment than the 10th anniversary of our Chessable Sunway Sitges International Chess Festival to announce a new way of enjoying over-the-board tournaments even more. We'll still have an admirable and very strong Classic Chess Open champion. We'll still have Blitz tournaments winners like in previous years. It'll be the first edition of our event when we'll have a player succeeding in a rapid chess tournament. Also, for the first time in our festival, players will go out of their comfort zone in a Fischer Random Blitz chess tournament. And we'll all have fun playing over-the-board bullet games while having some drinks. But here's the big news. We'll count all the wins players can score in all 5 of these chess variations, and we'll add them weightedly, granting some additional points for the draws they get. But be careful. 1 win will never be the same as 2 draws. Grandmasters and amateurs will be mixed in a single classification, in the quest for the most complete chess player. Welcome to the first ever chess pentathlon. Welcome to Sunway Sitges.
coming back into the round 4 of Chasuble Sunset, as Michael would say, Sitges Chess Festival. You guys in the studio, we are Katty and Michael, and we are ready to take all the dramas out of this round. Michael, so far, what we have seen that's got your attention out of everything?
First of all, the sunset, the sun's going down. That has grabbed my attention. I went to my room to get my glasses because it's not so easy to see the different things. And I looked out of the window and it was wonderful. It was really nice. I mean, to get these views from the playing hall is fantastic. I didn't get a chance to go upstairs today. I did this before the round, actually. I'll try and go in the next break. But what has grasped my attention from the main game of the day of Lenier is that only one move has been played in the last 15 minutes. So they're going into the middle game. At the same time, we're going into our second middle part of the broadcast. And as you can see on the left on the screen at the top, all the games are being played. The streamer's corner is in full swing, although unfortunately the players are not doing too well. But as you know, this is a very difficult tournament, and I think they're not too worried about winning or losing, but to get a good atmosphere for their followers. And the rest of the games are being very, very competed. Something I did notice yesterday, remember you said that here in Sitges everyone is treated like a grandmaster, and there's some special areas for food and drinks and sweets. I did see that players are very respectful with these areas. You don't see anyone going in and grabbing everything. No, it's something that people are taking as for granted that it's there and they can use it, but they don't have to go and grab it every time. So that's something to be taken into account. And the rest of the games will be following them closely. And this segment of the broadcast will go towards the time trouble, and many games will be decided.
Oh, so interesting, so interesting. And as the tournament will reach the middle parts of the tournament, it will start to be a little bit more dramatic, because when you lose at the beginning some of the points, you have long tournaments to come back, but in the end, you can't really afford to lose even half a point. A lot on the table, you can't really lose it.
Good to remind everyone that tomorrow is the 5th round and there will be a broadcast, but on Sunday, it's a free day. There's a rest day in the middle of the tournament. There will be no official round. There will be a blitz tournament in the afternoon, sponsored by Chessable, and in the morning, the Spanish Chess Federation takes advantage of the infrastructure of the boards to organize the first championship of Spain of teams, tag teams. There's a lady and a men player, and they play by teams. There's about 20 or 25 teams, and they'll be doing this here, but this will not be broadcast. So if you're free on Sunday and you're thinking of following us during the afternoon, unfortunately, we will not be here, but we will be here all next week in the afternoons, and on Friday, the round in the morning is the last round of the schedule. So remember, tomorrow, yes, Sunday, no.
No. And we're not even set for that, because that's the one day we want to take advantage to see everything around coming back on Monday with full energy.
That's right.
And all the good vibes. But if you're in Europe, around to Spain, Barcelona, take a train, get in here.
We're not so
enjoy
far away.
Your
We're
time.
not so far away.
Ooh, okay, this game is a very interesting game. Almost all the pieces on the board. Black already castled, White's king is in the center. White has more space, and somehow White's pieces are more active. We see this bishop on a6, knight on b6. Okay, they are really nicely, not very nicely played, but they are very well developed at that parts of the world.
And the key idea is the last move of White. Golovkov took a bit of time to think. I thought that maybe he would move his queen to e4. That's what I thought. But then when we come back from the break, we see that the queen is on e3, which has some good things and some bad things. Now, the good things is that protected.
It's protected.
So
that can be the key
That's
point.
the main idea. So that if black does decide to strike with the pawns and there is a change of queens, white does have the queen protected. That's the main better thing about the square. Also, it does hit the knight, which could be useful in some positions. And most importantly, it gets out of the way of the bishop from a6.
Yeah.
Now, the bad point of this square, it doesn't seem to coordinate so well with the rest of the pieces. It could be subject to an attack by the knight at some point. It could be subject to attack by the bishop at some point. So it's a square that I don't think it's so safe as the center square on e4, which, by the way, with the queen on e4, white would have been able to play bishop d3 with tempi. So it has some good things and some bad things. But for sure, it's got Lenier thinking. He's completely focused on the position. His eyes are looking straight down through the middle of the board, suggesting to me that he's looking at either f6 or d6. Did you see his hand?
He wanted to play?
I think he wanted to play.
Okay.
And then he stopped.
Yeah, okay.
That's not something that we normally see in elite grandmasters, this moment of doubt. But I thought his hand was going out. So he's doing the last scan. This is called a blunder check. You've heard obviously about a blunder check. When a player makes too many blunders, obviously not linear, then many trainers suggest to do a blunder check. You decide your move, and before your hand goes out to make the move, you do a quick
check.
Recap of all the checks and captures of the position. And hopefully that will allow you not to blunder a piece, no? So, yeah, he's gone into thinking again. He's already spent about 15 minutes on the position. What will he do? What will he do?
He's using his time quite nicely in the most critical positions. This is the moment he feels that he can use. He could take advantage of this moment. White is 2 moves away to castle, bishop d3, castle, and white will have very good position. Knight g5 will come on the side, rook e1, maybe f4, f5. Black's pieces, we already mentioned bishop and a knight, is a bit too far from party. To answer this question, queen to e4 also looks quite nice. You want to play bishop d3, threat and checkmate. Knight g5 is another threat. Why not? But let's see now the first line, f6.
So let's
that
say
is
he plays
suggested,
f6.
yes,
Okay.
f6, bishop d3.
Bishop to d3, okay.
And now d5 is the black's
D5,
idea.
okay.
So if the queen is on e4,
It's hit.
d5 comes without even f6 in that position. So the pawn is pinned, you cannot en passant this pawn, and white also cannot afford to lose any tempo here in this position.
So that's the main difference between putting the queen on e3. Golubka spotted that idea. Okay, so what could happen now then, Ketty, for black? Is f6 still a good move, or should he put a bit more pressure first on the pawn on e5? It's something that's difficult for me to understand. And Lenier, I think he's having the same problem. And we have access to computer third-party aid, but the players don't. They only have access to their own computer, their head. So I sense that it's one of these two moves, but I'm not sure. What does the computer suggest?
So the computer suggests that f6 should be the move here.
F6 should be the move. It does feel like the move to be done.
Yeah, f6 to be moved. I wonder really why not d6, so I'm going to put that on the board. After d6, seems like white can play bishop to d3.
Bishop to d3.
And now at this point, the threat is to take the pawn on h7. Bishop h7, king h7, knight to g5. Yeah. With f6, you're also stopping that knight g5 happening.
Also with d6, even if you could capture on e5, you'd be left with very bad pawn structure, whereas f6, if you eliminate these pawns, black still has a healthy 3-pawn in the center. But this tactical trick, this is key. This is a key idea. But
here
he
you
will
can
spot this, of course.
You can still play f6 in that position, and game is on. But
too many pawn moves. Let's just do one and keep d5 for the other one.
But now let's follow what is here. The
F6.
first line, bishop d3.
Bishop to d3.
And d5.
And now d5.
Okay, with f6 you not only tuck the center, but also stop knight g5
Yeah, we
happening.
prevent this. But do we prevent it? I'm going to just check, because of course we
let's
do.
check it.
But let me just check, because sometimes I know that opening the file can be dangerous, but not in this position. The king goes back, and there's no way to get the queen in front of the rook, which we would need to do something. This is not working,
it's not
but
working.
it's good to see, just in case. Okay, so after d5,
And
what should
after
white do now?
d5 here in this position, we are also giving some light to the light square bishop and the knight.
Yeah.
So we want to open up the position. c4 pawn is hanging right now. Any open up in this position is in favor of black because of the castle, because white has not castled yet. So this is the best out of all. Let's once again take a look what happens after rook to e8, because this is also natural
Instead
move.
of, this would be the best variation.
This is fine, yes.
f6, white plays, and then possibly d5. Okay, this doesn't seem so difficult for Linear to spend nearly 20 minutes on this, Kitty. Is this giving us a sense if Linear is in better or worse form? Because this doesn't seem so difficult for him to see and to understand.
It's not so difficult, but the difficult part is that you have many candidate moves.
Yeah.
You have to spend time to go through that.
He's looking at other
Yeah.
possibilities. Okay, so rook to fe8.
Yeah, for
And
instance, rook
how
to
would,
f8.
how would it go?
Yeah, this is also, I think, fine move. Also,
Bishop to d3?
engine suggests that bishop d3.
Again,
and
threatening this check.
yes, and in this position, two moves can be played. f6 always there.
f6 always there.
And you can also just play queen to e7, step aside from this trap.
To prevent the trap, okay.
Yeah, and there's also a third move, h6, in that position, just to
Okay.
play pawn move.
And
If
make
you
sure,
give me a check, I'll
make sure the
just-
knight doesn't come here. But one interesting thing I think I see here, by the way, if I'm going to play f6 against bishop to d3, I actually probably prefer to bring
The
the
other rook,
here.
and to keep f rook
And to
on
keep
the
the
f
rook.
file.
But what is interesting is that even with this rook, if I do play f6 and you capture, then maybe moving the queen away will pin the king and the queen,
Beautiful.
and that would be very dangerous for white. So it's a very interesting position. There are tactics all over the place. So I wonder what...
I think he feels very comfortable, and sometimes you have such a nice position with so many tactics that
Yeah.
you are diving into the
But
lines.
you know what Kramnik said? After 12 minutes of thought, you're starting to go in circular mode. And that sometimes makes you play not the first intuitive good move, but some other move. You've yourself sort of provoked your thought into thinking of a new move, which is much better because it uses a lot of the stuff, and then it's a bad move. The circular mode calculation is very, very dangerous.
Oof, it's a
course.
waste of the time.
Of course.
You are not certain then in your decisions.
It's bad.
not good,
Because
yeah.
who are us to criticize Linier's thought process when he's the elite player? I'm just...
I don't think he was circling
Yeah,
in this situation.
Of course.
He
I'm
was
just
done.
putting this out. Most of our commentaries, when we're citing psychological factors, it's not to say that the player has this problem. It's just putting it out as something to be aware of for the players who are following us. No, if any club player is seeing that he's thinking too much,
Yeah,
it's
not
normally
good.
not a good idea.
It's not good for
So
me
he
either.
played, yes?
He played here bishop to d2,
Okay,
and the move is perfect.
that's
Actually,
okay.
It's another move here. you
Keeping
can
everything
play.
open. Now, I don't think he'll capture with the king. I don't think he'll capture with the queen. I think he's going to capture with the knight. Would that be okay, or am I missing something?
Okay. In this position, so we have three captures. Queen takes pawn seems to be a bit odd move, right? Because f66 somehow you left your king in
It's
the...
a bit weird.
Yeah.
Possible, but a bit weird.
Yeah.
What about king takes? Is king takes interesting? It seems to be
can you-
weird, but the computer
Yeah, I
says it's
don't know.
okay.
Yeah. Computer says okay.
But
I don't know.
me not doing this, Kitty. Me not doing this. I think I'm going to go knight takes. Unless knight takes is bad, that's the one I'm going for. Let's see if knight takes is bad.
perhaps
Not
rook e8
Yeah, but it's
here.
not so bad. But it's worse than king takes. So
Crazy.
the good move is king takes.
Takes too.
Golubka will see this.
He has to feel it. He has to feel that knight d2 is a bad move, queen d2 is a bad move.
Queen d2 is not so bad, no? This one is not so bad. According to the... But both are bad. So actually, capturing on d2 is a very
It's actually
good
very,
move
I think it's
by
an even
Lenier.
better move than f6 or
If
e8.
Lenier saw that capturing with a piece is bad and sensed that capturing with the king is good but not easy to do, then he's played a very good practical move. Nice, very well. Good Lenier, good.
Very
good.
nice.
So let's say he captured with the king, okay? Now, the good thing is that he's out of this range. The bad thing that he's fallen into the range of the d file. So I must think that d5 or d6 are the moves here. What does the computer suggest against king takes?
So after king takes on a d2, the computer suggests here many moves actually. Many
A4
moves.
is also possible. I'm thinking that A4 could also be possible here to bring on the attack on the queen side.
Suggests d5, suggests rook
D5.
a to e8.
A to E8.
Queen
D5,
E7 also suggestion.
Queen E7. Queen E7 to go
Queen
to
A3
B4
or Queen
A3.
B4, yeah.
Also good. Also interesting. Oh, this is actually a very linear type move. The move you don't really expect, but then you see, oh, wow, this is deep. Yeah, this would be a very linear type move. And D5, of course.
D5
And tell me
and-
something. Against D5, does white capture en passant here?
Not really. White plays c5 to close the pawn.
Oh, okay.
Center.
Okay,
Yes.
C5. Okay, that makes sense. That makes sense. And then maybe knight to D4 or something like that. Yeah, this makes sense.
But although in this position, I'm not so sure. Like bishop takes f1, rook takes f1, knight to d7. Why you're fine here in this position with white? King on d2.
It makes sense, but now the pawns are under attack. I wonder if there's some D4 move here as well,
A4
and then
for
A4.
instance,
Yeah. Yeah, this is not so clear. If white consolidates, then okay, maybe one knight on D4, king on C3, and with the pawn on A3 and B4, everything is good. That's so many moves that I see it's nearly impossible to get there. So Lenier is doing well. The idea that bishop takes D2 was good, and his opponent, has he played? He has played.
He has played.
Let's see what he's played.
Oh, king takes?
He's played.
Oh, king
played
d2.
takes, okay.
Oh.
What's it? What was that? I'm saying Golubka, but it's
Golubka.
Golubka. I'm saying Gupka, so Golubka captured with the king. And now we have to see if Lenier will go for queen e7, for d5, or for one of the other alternative moves. Let's check the other games. Can we see if we have any exciting games?
I think board one is
Board one?
quite nice. We
Okay.
have a lot of trades in that position.
Let's go to the position. Okay, rook to d1, last move. Okay, so let's take stock of this position. White has 5 pawns, and black also has 5 pawns. Pawn structure is okay. King safety is more or less okay. So the position is balanced. There's exchange of queens possible to go to the ending. 1 pawn weakness on d6, and white has 1 very poor bishop on b1. So it looks it's more or less equal. Bishop e6 is good. And Puranik with black is for sure in a decent position here.
Yeah, Michael, this is so interesting. He just sacrificed a pawn on d6.
But can he capture that pawn?
That's it. Let's make it on the board.
Can he
White
capture the pawn? Because b2 is also hanging. Can he capture this pawn and just drop the pawn on b2?
Oh.
I'm not sure, Ketty. I'm not sure. I think the pawn on b3 could prove to be more dangerous than the pawn on e5. I wouldn't do this. No.
Very dangerous.
This is too dangerous.
Besides this, there's also some other moves, like for instance, rook to d8. Some
Wow. Oh, you were looking. I was looking at this, which is good, and you were actually looking at this, which is even better, of course.
I'm not so sure because white can take the 2 rooks for a queen.
Oh yeah,
But
that is true.
there are options
but
here.
in that case, then maybe this is not so bad. Then let's see.
Yeah.
So rook d8, I'd have to capture, of course. Capture. capture, only move king g7.
King g7.
But that's what they said, no? 2 rooks against a queen
Yeah.
are normally better, except when the rooks are not coordinated and the
Yeah.
queen can go for your king.
Yeah.
In those cases, the queen is better than the 2 rooks.
Yeah.
The rooks are not coordinated.
Yeah,
And the
back
queen,
rank has a
the- and
problem
the queen,
as well.
The queen can come in, yeah. This would be a position where the queen is better than the 2
Yeah.
rooks.
And if we come back, there's also another very tricky idea. I'm not sure if that works too, but after queen d6,
Okay.
how about we trade the queens and then to play rook to d8?
Okay.
If you take this rook out, trade, then
trade.
rook to d1, and it makes you very uncomfortable with this bishop.
There's no move with
Yeah.
the bishop. This
Probably this is the least favorite in this position.
But it's also better for black.
Ah.
Yeah.
Look at
Th-
this.
th- This would make, of course, maybe there's a way out, moving the pawn, getting the king out. But of course, for example, f3, I would check,
Yeah.
and then quickly play king to g7
And
to sidestep this
just,
check.
yeah,
Well,
can't.
computers finds a way, but this in practice is very difficult.
very difficult.
Very difficult. In practice, this is very difficult. So there's so many ways for black to win.
In
But-
this position, I would give the evaluation. Black is
Of
better.
course,
Yeah,
for sure.
close to me.
Although the computer says there's a way to equalize, black is clearly better here. So to avoid that, white has to play,
What is no? You should not take the pawn.
definitely not take the pawn, probably not capture the queen, but he could try, this is something I have to analyze, he could try queen takes queen, pawn takes queen, and very quickly bring the bishop out to d3, and if necessary, drop back to e2 and just start exchanging pieces and hopefully
Yeah.
try and get a draw. That's what at least something I would try and do. But black is better. So my general evaluation of this position
Yeah,
it
I
is
think
that black is
white
slightly
should
better.
go for this.
Black is. There must be another way because here the computer says total equality, but it's not so easy to see the way.
No, it's.
I mean,
How would you feel if you play here with?
If I'm playing with
white?
white, my feeling would be go to the ending, get my bishop out. I'm slightly worse, but I'll get a draw. That would be my feeling. Or try and make a move like f3,
Yeah.
and then change queens. But if I leave my bishop here too long, this is going to be bad. I actually lost the game many years ago against a grandmaster. I put my bishop on d3, and then I dropped back to b1, shutting in my rook because I wanted to mate him. I thought bishop b1, queen
Queen
d3,
d3.
I start the attack.
Yeah.
And then my rook ended up trapped, and I ended up losing the game. And since then, I've never had this position in classical chess with the bishop shut in by the rook. I just avoid it. It's something like, no.
The coordination
I don't-
between the rooks are.
I
very
don't want to go
important.
into this as well. So,
my
Puranik
co-
doing well here.
Yeah, I was thinking here of some idea like f4. So how about we drop the queen back on d2?
Okay,
We are threatening to play somewhere f4.
okay. And to go to
open
the
up
attack. Okay.
to open up the bishop in this way. We keep the eye on d6 pawn. We keep the eye on b2 pawn as well. And
But we don't solve the problem of the bishop.
Not yet. f4 is the move that we want to play now. And f5.
Okay.
So
but-
queen from d2 hits the h6 square. We always look for
Okay.
checkmates, right? f6, queen
Okay,
h6,
okay.
something like that.
But we still don't solve the problem of the bishop.
Yeah.
So if we do this, we're banking on the attack to go through. If we win by the attack, fantastic.
Yeah.
But if we don't win by the attack, that bishop will never go out. So as a practical choice, I go for the other line to get the bishop out. But if I'm feeling ambitious, I might want to go for this one here. Okay, I see that this could be dangerous because, of course, if the pawn gets to f6 and the queen gets to h6, game over. But I'd still be worried about having my bishop in c8. But there's been moves. Let's
have
see,
been? Oh,
let's
they
see
traded
what
the queens, I guess.
Girel decided to do. He played
Nice French.
Girel, I have to. He played an interesting move. He leaves the bishop closed in, but creates another potent attack on d6, and Puranik exchanges off the queens
Oh, that's
and
interesting.
takes his pawn off the third rank. Now, this is tactics. This is tactics.
I wonder why not rook to c8 in that position? Why d5?
I think Puranik is playing.
For a win?
I can't be totally sure, but I think he's playing for a trick here. I think. After pawn takes pawn, I think he wants to play rook to d8. I'm not totally sure, but I think he wants to play rook to d8. I think.
But after d6?
Yeah, that is true. I was thinking rook c8 and going for some
Yeah.
lines here, but maybe it's not
d1.
enough. Maybe it's not enough. He can stop this.
Yeah.
I agree. So if it's not that, then it must be rook c8 straight away.
Rook c8, yeah, that's fine. Rook c8.
Maybe this one here, no?
You have to play rook to d1, and I
Okay.
can chop the pawn on d5.
And then take the pawn. Yes, yes, that's okay. But will he win this? Now we can bring the bishop out. At least we can bring the bishop out. It's more draw than win.
Yeah.
But black is very slightly better. Very slightly better.
In this position, if we just go back a little bit, was there some funny looking lines, for instance? Instead of d5 somehow trades the pieces.
It's more.
It's very safe.
Very safe. Yes.
Yeah. Let's say rook b to c8.
Okay. Threatening here.
Yeah. Rook to d1.
We have to go back.
Oh, maybe sorry, another rook. Like
The other one.
I had this idea to have the rook here.
What do you have in mind?
Rook d1.
Rook to e4? Or what do you have in
I
mind
wanted
here?
to play rook to c2. This is so
Oh,
silly move.
oh, no.
To get the pawn on second rank.
Okay.
Takes.
Takes. And normally I would play rook c1 here.
Yeah.
And you capture on b2,
b2,
yeah?
bishop
Okay.
b3 comes aside.
Okay. So here, now we have to be very careful with black. Very careful, because you're threatening to put the bishop on b3
And rook to
follow up
b1.
with rook b1. Well, you're actually threatening rook b1, maybe even straight away.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, because if you threaten rook b1 and I go rook a1, you can go even bishop to a2.
Yeah, so crazy.
This is very crazy. So let's say
Can we show that on the board? Like,
Yeah.
let's play h3 or something. That's so beautiful.
h3 or g3, yeah.
Yeah,
h3,
any move.
rook a1.
No, rook
Sorry,
b1.
rook b1.
Rook
Rook a1.
And bishop to
And bishop a2.
This is so beautiful.
This is very,
So
very funny.
beautiful.
And the threat is capture here and bishop b1.
Oh.
But the computer finds a way.
Rook a8, rook c8 check. We need king g7 to have.
Yes. We still need a move. That's why there's still a chance for white to get the advantage here. But these are very, very dangerous threats. We're moving the pieces on the board. They have to analyze this in their heads.
In the hand and give the evaluation.
So
If this is my own game, I would think that black has so many tricks here.
yeah. But these Indian players, I've played quite a bit with them in the last 2 or 3 years, and they're so practical. You would talk to them after, no, I didn't think about that. No, this is the move, Michael. I have to take this pawn off. But didn't you see this?
Yeah.
No, this is not working.
We're overthinking, yeah? They're more practical.
They're very practical players. I would definitely think of this shot. But it seems that I don't know, this is good intuition. They just think that this is not going to work, so why think about it? Okay, so some moves have been done. And okay, d5. We'll come back to this one for sure. I'm going to mark this game, because this one looks to be
Very interesting
It's
endgame, right?
What about the other games? Is there any other games that you see?
Yes. Second game, we can go right away to the
Okay.
second game. We have some changes.
The Seturaman Vitali Sivuk game. And here, if we can go to the board number 2, wow, this is opened up. This looks very dangerous for black.
Wait, it just happened. The piece sacrifice just happened, right? Bishop d6. Oh no, the black's piece also.
But
hanged.
this looks very dangerous.
I'm sorry, too many
Very
things are
dangerous.
hanging.
Look at the king. Look at the king in the center. This looks tremendously dangerous. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if this game
Wait, is Ernesto
is
having
over.
lollipop?
Sorry?
Ernesto? Yeah, he was
Ernesto
only playing on the third board and he was having a lollipop.
While he was playing.
Yes. I like him so much. He's so chill. He had the lollipop.
He's the Cuban
at the
player,
end.
yes, the Cuban player.
Yeah,
Yes.
he had the lollipop another day for the Blitz and the beer too, chilling and having two very different flavors together. Oh, he's having the best time.
He's
here,
having a
I
good
think.
time, yeah. But yeah, that's him. That's him with the lollipop. Yeah. Okay. So we have a
it's
nickname
funny.
for our Cuban player now.
Lollipop.
Lollipop Ernesto. There he
Lollipop,
goes.
lollipop.
Look, there he goes. There he goes. He's even our technical team has noticed the Cuban player. So chill. Yeah. He's
he's
at the end of the lollipop
fantastic.
though. It's nearly finished. Okay.
He's a
there
very
we
nice
go.
guy.
Okay. So going back to the game, I think we should go back a few moves and see what happened. Because up to now it was we left it actually more or less around here. Black did play g5, and of course one typical idea, as you know, Ketty, is this h4 thrust, and you get pushed back, but there's an idea which is h5 and bishop h4, so
Beautiful.
Black stops that. And the thing is, when you do g5 in these variations, if white hits you with f3, you can be very annoyed if it gets open the f file. But this is difficult here, so he went for this.
Bishop
this.
c5
Oh, nice.
because he doesn't want to give up the dark square bishop.
Yeah, but it's too
If
late.
he gives up, then f3 comes on
Yeah,
the...
because change and then f3, and then you're in trouble. But this is also very dangerous.
It's very
One
strong.
pawn down. Let's give another one.
Wow, this is very strong.
But this variation, for example, this looks very good.
Oof.
Look how the bishops are starting to attack the position.
Oh,
Rook e1
very
is
strong.
following. Knight can come to e4 later on. Very dangerous, tremendously
Very
dangerous.
strong.
So what did Black do here? He just kept on grabbing pawns. He played, first he played, sorry.
Oh, this
pawn
game
takes
can be a
pawn.
very nice game to learn how to attack
Yeah.
uncastled king.
Yes.
Very nice
Yes.
topic.
The king in the center. The king in
Yeah.
the, here, for example, normally you would capture the knight on f6, but instead, white captured the pawn on d6.
If you take my knight, I'll take your pawn. Queen and the rook are under attack.
Exactly.
And I have the pawn on the seventh rank.
Exactly.
That's
The pawn is
dangerous.
on the 7th rank, and more material will fall. Very well played. So Black decided to recapture the pawn, and here is when we played bishop takes d6, and
Strong.
if bishop takes d6, then the knight is coming in behind, and there's a double attack on f7. This is completely lost for Black. He's in big trouble. So what has he done here? He's thinking.
He's thinking 23
He's
minutes
thinking. Let's
in
have a
this
look.
position.
He's thinking this.
Yeah.
Already 23 minutes. So he started the circular thinking. No, if I do this, I lose. If I do this, I lose. If I do this, I lose. And that goes on round and round and round and round. Just
And
trying.
then you come like, what should I eat
You-
for
you-
dinner? That's the
yeah.
final topic in your head because you know that's so bad.
It's so bad. And finally,
Yeah.
you have to choose the line
no.
which seemingly holds most, or even if you're losing, you give some problems to your opponent.
Very strong play by Satraman.
No,
Can we
Satraman is
please
playing
take
fantastic.
these moves back just a bit, starting from bishop c5 in this position. Everything started here. It looks fine position.
Here.
Black is struggling with the king.
Struggling
here.
a bit, but
Yeah.
not so bad.
Yeah.
Although computer does give a big advantage for white here. I think maybe already a couple of moves back, maybe just the g5 idea was dangerous. Yeah, I think it starts to go wrong with g5. It's also nice, he's played this very strongly. I would like to see, in this position here,
Wow, look at this.
I would like to see the concrete threat. So let's say Black captures the knight. Now, what is the specific concrete threat for white to win this game? Is it queen to e2?
Or
Is
bishop
it
c5 maybe.
bishop c5?
Bishop c5, knight d6, yeah?
I was about to suggest queen to d2.
Oh, that's too brutal.
I mean, the queen, I'm threatening
Yeah,
this.
Rook e8.
But okay, this
Yeah.
is simple. This is simple. You just get the bishop, you get the piece back.
Knight d6, bishop f7,
and you
knight
threaten
f7.
this.
Yeah.
This is completely lost. This is game over. This is game over. Totally. So what can he do? He can't capture because then check. Let's say he moves the bishop away. Where to? Queen to b... No, there's no move. There is no move. There's no... G3? No. G3 doesn't work either. Okay, I'm just going to make something creative here. G3, bishop takes, and knight G4. I'm just grasping on straws here, Kitty. But okay, it's something creative.
Wow.
But I think I just do pawn takes pawn. I don't even worry.
Yeah.
Just get this pawn out of the way and
There's no dark square bishop.
another piece going. This is completely lost. I think Zivuk, who we have in the screen here, is going to suffer a very painful loss today. I just don't see him getting out of this position. I don't see a useful move for black here. Yeah. Any move that he does with the bishop, he loses. I'd really like to be able to offer some advice, but I just don't see it. Okay, another move. Rook takes b3. And I can even take with the knight here. And one more piece attacking the bishop on c5. Okay, we're going to give this game
very
practically
difficult.
the decisive result.
Michael, if we come back on move 14.
Let's go back.
Just to talk a little bit in this position, text looks very normal position. And here, I look at the engine says, go g5, it's fine position. And very often we're following these kind of lines where we trust the engines, but it's so difficult to play. You switch one turn and you have a big problem. So after g5, bishop g3, normal move. And in this position, bishop d7 is an accuracy.
Yep, that's a mistake.
So black cannot really castle here because h4 comes alongside. He wants to castle here after playing h6, g5. The best move, according to the engine, is king to f8.
Of course, but...
King to g7 to keep the rook there.
Keep the rook on h8.
Yeah.
But that's what you're saying. You see the move on the computer, supposing it's preparation, but you don't understand all the nuances that are behind. I mean, to think of g5 and then king f8 just doesn't make any sense. From a human point of view, it makes no sense. That's why he didn't play king f8. But the thing is, what to do to get rid of this pin? So already, although here the position is more or less equal, it's already worse for black because his selection of moves is much more difficult than white. His selection of moves is difficult. If he castles, he has a problem, this pin.
Do you have this kind of moments when you're playing, for instance, this position with black and you couldn't find a move? You see castle, there's this, and you see like, I have a bad position. Give your opponent big advantage. You come at home, you put the game in the engine and so equal. Right now, but it's so big, this balance between feelings, what you have, what your brain gives you these signals, and what the engine
This happens to my students a lot. They play a game, they lose, or they win, but let's say they lose, and then they tell me, my position was equal.
Yeah.
And I look at the game, and I see the score on the computer, it says equal, but then they lose very quickly. Yeah. And when I analyze with them, I say, okay, this is equal according to the computer, but the moves you have to do here to keep the position equal are very difficult. Very difficult. If the equality has to be kept by playing g5 and king f8, a human player will not find these moves. Then. Either you know it or you're not going to find it on the board. Yeah. So I would advise the players who are watching us and want to improve to try at least until they're 2400. For me, that's the threshold. Until you're 2400, 2400, don't play these lines with very weird pawn moves because you really need to understand the nuances afterwards. When you get to 2500 or 2600, your level of play is very high. For instance, Carlsen and these guys, they know the nuances.
They're friends with the engines, actually.
And they're friends with the engine. So he played, and what did he play? He played take, king f8, and now he's going to get hit by either knight takes f7 or there are other moves as well, but I think he's going to get hit by knight takes f7. That's what I'd do at least. Is there any other move you would suggest here? I think that's good.
I like that.
Why not? I mean, I capture a pawn.
Attack the queen, it's tempo. Queen has
the king
to
is
move
weak
away.
and double attack. Now, what would the queen do here? Queen to e7 or queen to c7?
How about queen b6 to
queen b6
maybe
well.
Just hit the bishop on b3 if knight moves?
Make sure all of this hit. He has played, so let's just see what he played, and that way we don't calculate something that hasn't happened.
Knight f7.
He took on f7, and he took immediately. He didn't even think about it. I mean, he was calculating this while he was walking around Setsuraman. So let's say queen b6, for the sake of argument. I think that he should capture the rook, and black should capture the knight. And now I need to calculate if queen takes d2 and the threat of queen a6 and rook e1 is enough to win the game. We can try. Let's see. Let's take. He takes here. If not, he's lost. And now we're going with the queen and see what black plays here.
Perhaps king g.
King g8. And now, among other moves, I just have this very simple. Queen takes knight, protecting the knight, and the computer bar doesn't move, so this is completely lost.
Oh, wow.
Extra,
Black's king is just
extra exchange,
hopeless.
hopeless king, the knight's coming out. We have extra threats like rook b1 or rook e1. Here, for example, I wouldn't mind giving the 2 rooks for the queen, because I'll mate him afterwards.
Explode.
This move, Sivuk, I'd be amazed if he saved this position. I'd be totally amazed. And it's funny because
Rahman today played a fantastic game.
As you know, Ketty, in chess, to win an open tournament, you need to get through a game, at least one game where you're completely lost. That's something that nearly everyone knows.
Yeah.
Setsuraman was completely lost against Fiorito.
Yes.
And he got through it. And now he's going to win 2 games in a row. So who is my man to win this tournament? Mr. Setsuraman. I said it today.
Okay.
I said it.
Okay, I'll remember. We have the written.
I called it.
Okay, wow, that's...
I mean, did you see how he's crushing a 2500 guy? I mean, this guy is 2500 grandmaster, and he's just steamrolling over him.
I agree with that. Sometimes you need to, like, we can say that yesterday he got lucky, but sometimes people are using these words in a more negative sense, like, oh, you were lucky, that's why you won. No, you fight.
He fought.
Yeah.
He put difficult problems for the kid.
Opponent,
No. He was lost
and
because
he
the
earned
computers.
that.
He earned the win, but that's a bit of the luck that you need to get through. 1 or 2 games. It's very rare that a player wins an open tournament and isn't in big trouble in at least a 1 game. It's straight. It happens, but it's very rare. Very rare. Okay, so what else do we have?
Let's check.
No decisive results in the first board yet, which is weird. Just a couple of draws, but it is weird that there's no results in the first boards. What time is it? Already 2.5 hours and no decisive results. Okay.
Not yet. There are several very interesting positions. Maybe we can go board 7.
Okay, let's go to board 7. So it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So Christopher, this is the board we were watching this before.
Yeah.
Yep.
With the C pawns, yeah? Oh, white center is just gone.
Okay, this was the position.
With the
No, this wasn't the one with the double pawns. That was the Brandon Jackson game. We can check this one, what happened, and get back to this one afterwards. This is the one we were looking at with the double pawns, and finally he did
with
capture
the
the pawn.
Yeah.
Yes. This is the one.
Yeah.
Let's check what happened here. So we were in this position here, and we were suggesting castle, but black played queen to d7, stopping the queen a4 check, and now attacking the pawn, and Brandon played f4, take, and e5. So Ketty, he just abandoned the pawn. He said, you can have it, I don't mind, but I'm gonna crush you in the center with f4 and e5. Knight d5, knight to e4, and castle. Bishop to take c4. This is interesting. Ketty, you'll like this. So he sacrificed the pawn,
okay,
put the knight on e4, threatening
d6.
The d6, and of course the other player just said, "Okay, take it. I'm castling."
Oh,
and now I was expecting knight takes pawn, but in that case, black takes this pawn on c3 and wins a piece. So there was a trick there, nice trick. So what Brandon did was first exchange bishops, and now it's black's turn, and I'm expecting knight takes c4. And this position could be on the board, and I think black is okay here. I think black has won a pawn, and I don't see enough compensation.
They maybe made more moves.
Oh, sorry. Let me jump back here. No, they are here according to the computer. Castle, bishop takes c4.
Okay, let me see. I think.
Is there any other moves that aren't knight takes c4 on? Seems that he should do this move. Yeah, I'd say knight takes c4 is forced. And now, what can white do? He's a pawn down with the worst position. So Gulami's doing quite well. He's doing quite well here. And the American Brandon Jacobson is not in good shape. He's overreached with his pawn center and is about to fall down. This is why the Nimo-Indian is such a good defense. You can overreach very easily with white, and now he's lost a pawn. And what is he going to do?
And this knight from c4 is just
Very
perfectly well guarding the pawn on d6.
It's a
Queen
monster.
d3, b5, for instance. You can maintain your knight on
Yes.
c4. And I would not be surprised if black wants also to play f5 at some point to kick the knight out. If you take the pawn in passant, knight f6, offering the knight straight. Any trade here can be good for black, especially if white keeps the bishop on c1 against one of the black's knight on d4 or
I'm
c4.
going to put these two knights here against this bishop here, which is blocked in by the pawns. This is already quite dangerous, as you say. Yeah, and also there are many endings where even though you give back the pawn or you lose the pawn, for example, I'm just going to put a random ending here. Something like this. This is what you were suggesting, something like this. This knight against this bishop here.
Yeah, exactly.
This type of position, even if you get the pawn back, you're still in a very dangerous ending, probably lost position for white. So yeah, Brandon's in trouble. Let's see if he gets his wits about him and is able to fight back, but it looks very dangerous. What else do we have here?
Looks really dangerous. Next game, next board.
Let me just check this one here. Okay, this is an ending. What else do we have here? Board 8?
Yeah, we can go there.
Okay.
Yeah, in this position.
Okay, so we'd like to pick up the game on board 8 between Raja Ritvik and Gog Aradija.
Yeah.
Is that the way?
Yeah.
2 Indian players, international masters or grandmasters already?
We have with white Grandmaster and with black FIDE Master.
I think Raja Ritvik is a recent grandmaster. His name rings a bell for me, that he became grandmaster quite recently. So, what do we have in this position here? What's going on
White
here?
has an extra pawn in this position, and seems like pair of bishop is quite nicely coordinated in the position. c5 is a very nice outpost for the rook, and white just started to push the pawns on the king side and break through on the other side of the board.
So something like, of course, depending what black plays, something like f4, f5, and maybe even f6 at some point, and with these 2 bishops close in on the king side. So black has just played knight to c7.
Threatening b4, yeah?
Yeah, it seems to me he's threatening b4 on one side, also maybe knight to e6 on the other side. So this requires attention. It could be bishop c3. This is one just played it. And now I was wondering, if you do this, where's the rook going to go against knight to e6?
Rook a5.
So, yeah, let's play it. Rook a5, and let's just check this variation.
Yeah, offering a rook trade, but mainly in this position, white gets the pass pawn on e5. That's very important.
Very important. Luckily for him, his bishop protects the rook, and of course, this pass pawn could easily become a queen in a few moves. And very important, Ketty, knight to c5 doesn't work because of bishop to b4. The strength of the bishop pair. Okay, this is a sample variation, but it does suggest that white is doing well in this position. What else do we have?
There is a very interesting game. This is board 8-10.
By the way, Lenier did fall back with the queen.
Okay.
And is in this position here. Still balanced according to the computer, but with perspective for both sides. But the king on d2 could be a decisive factor. You get that king to a2.
I like how this king stands in the strong, you know?
In chess, the king is not worth 10 points in the middle of the board. So if the king gets to a2, I'll start to like white's chances. But meanwhile, I'm staying with black here.
Yeah, I start to like your white's position. Like, if white can make several more moves together on the white, like bishop d3, knight f5, h5, h6.
You need like 3 moves, no? It's black's turn now. C5 is impossible. So what to do with black? Should we... it's not so easy to find a move for black, actually, because the c6 pawn is under attack. And he only has 15 minutes left. You know, Kitty, I'm starting to think that although the computer says that black is okay...
Are you joining me?
Yeah,
like in white?
No, the thing is, how do we protect... Let me see how this position got here. Okay, so d5, c5. He sacrificed the pawn. Looks for the exchange of queens. Oh, a4, okay. So black does have an extra pawn. f4, knight at d6. This has just been played.
Yeah.
Okay. So I didn't count the pawns, and I was worried because I thought white is going to win the pawn on c6 and have an extra pawn, but black does have an extra pawn from before, so he can give it back.
Didn't count,
and actually, he is giving it back because knight d7 threatens c5. So either you capture the pawn, or you'll be a pawn down. So I suspect that he'll capture the pawn, and now I also suspect the black. Ooh, computer doesn't like this at all.
It's something.
Of course,
there.
because you take and queen to b4, capturing b4. This is the
Oh,
problem.
the f4
Yeah.
is also hanging.
This is very dangerous, very dangerous. And king e3, queen to e4 is a killer. Yeah. So the pawn can't be captured. So what to do with white here? You were saying knight f5 before. And then maybe follow up with queen to g3. And if not, bishop to d3 first. So
actually, queen g3 right away creates the threat of winning a pawn on g7. Queen g7, king g7, knight f5.
Okay, okay. And it even threatens knight f5, winning the queen, which is even stronger. So it's a double threat. So let's look at it. Queen here. So what would black do here?
I would think queen to b4 to give a check.
Yeah. It's either this or...
f6.
No, I don't think f6, because f6, there's a trick. You go here, look at this trick. Queen here, e6, and if queen g6, knight to e7. There's a nice trick here. So it must be queen to b4. It must be queen to b4. Check here.
You guard the knight.
Yeah.
How?
King e3, but okay. I'm not liking this much. Black is winning here. We just need to find the move, but black is winning. What's the move here? We just need to find it. Oh,
C5.
there we go, c5. And if knight f5, queen e4. This is the idea.
Ooh.
This is the idea. So
Nice.
this means that instead of queen to g3, I think we have to develop this bishop.
Bishop d3 makes
But
a
then
lot
we
of sense.
can't play queen g3 afterwards. That's the thing I'm worried about. So let's play this bishop d3 and see what the computer says. Doesn't like it either. It's difficult. If we make our logical moves and they're all bad, this means that Golubka has to be, of course, he's a very strong player, but he has to find better moves than ours.
Okay, here is a question. I'm here, a man who was late for 25 minutes.
Okay.
I play king d2 when all the heavy pieces are on the board. he's a man of a day already. How about
Okay.
he goes knight f5, attacking the queen.
Okay.
Black plays queen e6, and he comes back knight d4
Okay.
and says, "I'm fine with a draw."
Okay.
Are you fine with a draw?
Lenier is not fine with a draw.
Just imagine if he presses on that point that he cannot take a draw here.
So Lenier has to change his move.
Yeah.
He has to change his move. What's it going to be? Okay, he could. I was going to say queen h6, but queen h6, you just play g3, make sure everything is protected, and the knight will go back to f5 afterwards.
But how about also queen g3, because queen is far now, and knight f5 would also make a lot of sense.
That is true. That
You
is
take
true.
pawn on e5.
That is
was a
true.
blunder. I play knight to f5.
Knight to f5, and again we have the check on.
97.
Okay, yeah. Yeah, that's correct. So where to go with the queen? Maybe against knight f5 we don't go to e6.
We go queen e8, queen g3 is a checkmate straight.
Passive and bad. Passive and bad. We have to go queen e6, and now we go back.
Knight d4.
Oh, this is a tough one for Lenier. This is a very tough one for Lenier. But the computer does give advantage.
Yeah. Maybe
So
queen
there-
g4 is something
There
like
might
that.
be a move. Let's put the queen here.
The pawn on a4 is hanging.
I don't think he can give up the pawn on f4. So it's either could be g3, threatening bishop to h3. Let's try this.
Oh, nice.
But I was thinking against this, maybe this. It has to be this. And now
How about bishop h3?
we have to calculate this. Bishop h3, pawn takes knight. And now let's just wait a moment to see. Is the queen trapped there or isn't it trapped? It isn't trapped, yes?
It's
It isn't
almost dropped.
But where to move the queen? Do we go here or do we take the pawn on c7?
If we take the pawn on c7, queen g3, and our
Queen
king side
g3.
also fell.
It has
I
to
think
be queen to
d3,
d3.
yeah.
Okay.
Queen h5 only
Queen
move.
h5. This is a forced variation. And now it could be bishop takes d7, simple,
Yeah. Threatening g4.
threatening g4. Now white is okay here. It's very messy, but I think white is okay. At least he's in the game, clearly in the game. And this was playing knight f5. I think knight f5 is the best move. I agree with you. Knight f5 is the move that he has to play. This move here. Now, will he find it? Golubka, you were 25 minutes late. You could have 25 extra minutes now on your clock and enjoy 55 minutes. And instead of that, you're on 28. So will Lenier agree to a draw after queen e6, e7?
Oh.
I don't think so.
Difficult
Oh,
decision.
what about this idea, Ketty? What about, as I have an extra pawn,
Yeah.
what about putting the queen on b4 and trying to exchange the queens? Is this so bad? Oh, computer,
In this
computer
position.
doesn't like this.
Oh, maybe.
Doesn't like this at all.
I was thinking of taking knight e7,
Yeah.
knight c6,
And knight takes
but maybe
e6.
something is better. There.
No, but that looks
fun.
very good. Very good. Why not? Let's get the pawn back and also attack the pawn on b4. Yeah, this is good. Very good for white. He can't do this. Okay? So one less thing we have to look at. So it's queen e6, that's for sure. And now it's moving the queen somewhere else. Not g4, not h6. So it has to be maybe queen e8. And now what happens if the pawn is captured? Yeah, this is the line that they'll probably play. He's played. Lenier has played. There's a move. There's some moves. There's some moves. Oh, he went queen d3
Oh,
straight
queen
away.
g3 is a bad move
This
after
was a
queen
bad
b4.
one, no? This was a bad one, no?
Yeah.
This was a bad one. He's mixed up the moves.
Maybe.
Looking so much at knight.
Yeah.
He's mixed up the moves. Or maybe he just saw a draw with knight f5 and he wants to win. He thinks he's better. But now we suggested queen here, no? To b4. Okay.
Yeah, maybe he feels he's better in this position. His king is safe, he has more space.
But which move we were thinking here? King e3 was bad. So what is he
Yeah.
going to play?
There's queen c3, perhaps.
To go back?
Play? Oh,
He
that's
went-
another way to.
But he went to g3 to go back to c3. Now it's
He
different.
goes
But
queen
now it's-
c3,
But now it's different.
actually.
But now it's different because black can play c5. Did he go queen c3?
Yeah, queen b4 was played.
But now black can go c5, no? Or am I missing something?
Yeah, I think you can't move your knight because f4 pawn is hanging.
No, the computer says this is very bad. So what am I missing here? What am I missing here, Michael? Take with the a pawn.
Knight
Knight b5, knight to a5.
Oh, knight b5, and when you play rook c8, then bishop. Oh, bishop can go on h3.
But it will go in the end, but it doesn't seem so clear. This. What am I missing here, Michael? Why does the computer give white a decisive advantage in this position? It has to be queen takes queen.
Yeah.
And now what? What is the killer move for white here?
Knight is hanging. How
Could-
about e6?
Could it be e6?
Yeah.
Could it be e6? No, it's not e6.
I like this move.
It's not e6. Then knight b5 it has to be, or
Yes.
knight f5.
You can't really sacrifice this knight and play rook c7 because bishop c8
Yes.
saves
yes.
day.
Yes.
So I
Ah,
like both moves.
but what you can do is play bishop b5. That you can do. This is the move you can do.
nice one.
With the same idea you were saying. So, and if he now he has to capture the knight because you're
Nice
capturing
one.
here. And I'm not sure if it's bishop takes d7 or rook takes c7. But in the end, he'll end up with a very good position with the pawns. Probably rook takes c7. You get the piece back. Then you bring your king up. Goodbye. So this is dangerous. c5 is not good. But Lenier will see this, of course.
Yeah.
And instead of playing c5, he'll play another move. So what is the move he has to play? He still has an extra pawn. What should he play here?
He goes queen to b6.
He went back. Okay.
b6. So basically, if you
The
take
best move.
knight,
The best move according to the computer.
Yeah. Wow.
Go Lenier. Go
Wow.
Lenier. He wants it.
Amazing.
We want Lenier in the candidates.
Wow. Amazing.
Yeah. Very good. Now he does threaten c5, I think. And of course, if the pawn is captured, there's a check on
f2.
f2. Or straight away, or with bishop takes knight
Yeah.
first, one of the two. This is a very good move. So Lenier is doing well. Now, Golubka, what are you going to do now against c5?
And now knight f5 is also stopped. You cannot play that move. You allow queen to get on
Exactly.
f2.
You can't play queen g3 either, because the knight is
Oi, oi.
hanging. So,
Maybe bishop e2 to avoid at least queen f2 chop.
okay, let's play bishop e2. And let's go c5. And let's find a square for the knight. f5 or b5? I would say, in principle, f5,
F5, yeah.
to swing the queen over. And now what to do? Already, I think black's doing well here. But we have to find a concrete solution for black. When the pawn gets to d4, black is doing very well. But straight away, I think queen g3 will be good for black. So for white, so we need to find some simple but strong move. It could be. I was going to suggest queen to g6, but better not to play that one just in case. So it could be, but this could be the answer against queen g3. So maybe
But
some,
knight is yeah.
maybe
amazing.
now some rook move, just something simple like. I'm just going to try, okay?
Yeah.
Something simple like this. Let's see what the computer says against this.
But then h5, I suppose,
yeah,
here.
not the strongest.
Yeah.
We need something more incisive. What about this? With the idea to bring the knight here. Well, this is not bad.
Not so
This
bad.
is not bad. And the computer likes it as well.
How about e6 in this kind of positions?
You really want to mate me. But I go here
Knight
and I have
F6.
this threat.
Oof.
So this is where your king on d2 is going to be.
You wish to have king on h2.
If Golubka loses this game by a tactic on d2, he's going to abandon the Scotch opening forever. Okay, this is a joke, but this is not going to happen. Let's see what happens. Okay, so c4 could be an idea. In any case, it seems that Lenier has got the initiative. So he is slightly low on time, but very concentrated.
And this is moved.
Yeah.
The current visit 21.
21, so... No, sorry, 23.
Oh, 23.
So
So
that's
17
17
more
moves.
moves.
That's 9 minutes of increment plus 12. That's about 20 minutes left. So about a minute per move. With queens on the board, okay, he has to think now. Now he has to think hard and try and consolidate the advantage. Okay, what else do we have? Any Finnish games?
The board, not so much actually. They're playing really long game.
3 hour already in, and
No, any
this
single
means all the games
result
will
on
finish
the
at the same
board.
time. That's
Yeah.
what always happens.
I would
So-
suggest Michael to go board 4, 5, 6, 7.
7?
Yeah.
Okay, let's go to the Sochaki against Inian game. We saw this actually in the opening, and it was more or less, it was this position where, this Budapest
Yeah.
Gambit position, where white was better, but gradually black has tried to keep himself in the game, and a couple of weak moves and black has got back in the game. So now black is clearly better. So it's clear that Christophe doesn't have his day today. He had a very good advantage. Okay, so basically black has got to the ending, sacrificed the exchange, and is trying to hold this position, but it seems difficult. Yeah. Look at this, Ketty. One of the things of this position, for quite a while, the knight on h6 has been out of play for about nearly 15 moves already. It's been there since a long time ago, and is going to stay there for many more moves. And black is trying to play bishop to e6. At some point, move the king and get the rook out, and after that, this will be plain sailing for black. So I think that Christopher will lose this game. What was interesting is in this position here he seemed to be having a good position, but he did this pawn sacrifice. I don't know why he did this. This was a mistake.
Maybe it was
This was a mistake.
too ambitious move.
Too ambitious. He wanted to bring
Yeah.
the knight, the bishop to here, but this was too ambitious. Okay, so we might have a result soon on this board here.
Another very interesting game and sharp game is board 10. Voldar Murzin,
Oh,
the
the
current vice youth chess champion, against Francisco Fiorettino. Another very, very strong junior player in this
So
position.
we have two kids there. All the kids, as you know, are moving the pawns in their hand as
they
in
are very
blitz.
tricky.
Adults normally don't do this, especially of my generation, because I don't know why, but the kids, when I was watching the blitz on the other day, all of them had a pawn in their hand and were moving it around. And of course, this translates after to the classical games. So two junior kids and Murzin with the upper hand in this position. Murzin is 26 something or other, so he's already elite.
20,
elite player,
26,
27.
27. If we just take a little bit back, the game was a very interesting starting from the very, very
Okay,
beginning.
Let's go through it very quickly. Let's see. D4, knight f6. We have the accelerated Queen's Indian, transposing to a line of the Tromposky. Double fianchetto, very weird. And Murzin goes for the attack. Okay. Oof. Another move that just looks horrible from a black's standpoint. I mean, capturing the pawn there. Okay. It's so weird, Ketty. What's the thing? Ketty, tell me what has changed in chess. Ketty, look at this. What has changed in chess? That in this position, instead of playing bishop to f4, or bishop to h4, or even bishop takes knight, the move is to capture the pawn and let him exchange these the bishop on g3 and double these pawns.
But you won a pawn on h5.
Yeah, I know. But the
Very practical.
But it wasn't going anywhere, the pawn. The pawn wasn't going anywhere. Chess is changing a lot. There is an evolution where structural damage to your pawns is less important than piece activity. And whereas years ago, the pawn structure was paramount, even above piece activity. Now things are changing. Okay, so where do the tactics begin? Let's see. Up to here, there's no tactics. No tactics.
Oh.
Here, things are starting to become like this.
G6, then.
Oh, yes, this other move. Yes, very nice. Oh.
Oh, what? You came back again? You did again?
He said, let's go back.
It was a game, or you just...
No. I think this is what happened in the game.
Because you're tricking me sometimes. You're coming back with it.
I'm not doing it on purpose, I promise. But he came back.
There was nothing better than knight f3?
I'm sure there must be something better.
Oh, for sure.
Well, first of all, I think that this is one of those positions where we could sacrifice the queen. Because we have 1, 2, and 3 pieces for the attack. I go for this. Well, computer says no, but I'm going to go for this.
No, it's good.
And probably this move here.
Wow.
So I don't understand why he didn't sacrifice the 2 rooks for the queen in this position.
It's very bad king here.
Okay.
It will be checkmate. But is there another tactic too? Like, for instance, we play knight g6.
Knight g6.
Pawn takes g6. Bishop takes g6.
That's also very good.
If you take rook g6, rook f8, rook f7 is a checkmate, in fact.
Yeah.
If play king d8, then rook f8?
Yeah, that's a nice
I don't
variation.
understand.
No, I think against knight g6, he has to play bishop to g7. But then you can sacrifice the rook as before. But if he captures, I think this is very bad. Check here. King e7 is mate. And yeah, this is crushing. But he can play bishop g7, I think. I think he can do this. But you have rook takes pawn. And it's the same as before. You sacrifice the 2 rooks, open up the king, go in with your queen, and crush as well. So, I mean, knight g6 was a killer. So why did he go back? Who knows?
Oh, Michael, in that position, there was a checkmate in the end. Like, the idea, like knight g6, bishop g7, takes everything, and you give a check from f2, and if king goes on e8, then you have queen to h4 idea.
Queen to h4.
And you're looking for e7 square.
e7 square.
Yeah.
Poof.
And you have to play bishop to f.
Only move here. And now I'm sensing that this could be very strong.
Knight f8, bishop g6.
No, this is a disaster. This is a disaster. So why did he play knight f3? Only Volodin Murzin will know. So he went back. He's not risking anything.
Yeah.
He still has a very good position. I wonder if he was trying to do something like this. But anyway, bishop.
Oh,
hold on a minute.
Oh, maybe also digital board knows something secretive.
Hold on, because this doesn't make sense. This. The only sense it makes is that Fiorito sees that he has such a bad position that he repeats just in case Murzin wants to do a draw. But okay, Murzin. No, not even that, because now he played f5.
I'm very confused.
Maybe a digital board error or whatever. No big deal. The thing is, we're in this position here, and he sacrificed.
Oh, nice.
You know what I'm thinking? This might be the actual game line without the rook and the knight moves. And the digital board is just messed up for us. Okay, sacrifice of a piece, loses the rights of castling, and now this is the threat. And if I do think that this is the final, no, I do think this is the position here. Okay, so this is the position, and if I'm not mistaken, Ketty, rook to f7 wins the queen, and he may have something better than that, but if he has rook to f7 here, he'll have a queen for a rook and a piece and a pawn and the attack. That's plus 4, 5, or plus 6. I mean, that's
too much.
There's no chance Francisco will get this, will be able to defend this. Well, no chance, of course, there's always a chance, but it's highly unlikely. So, yeah, this one's going to go to Volodar Murzin, one of the best players in the world. And as you said the other day, he's currently second. He's vice champion of the world under 18.
That's right.
Very
Which
strong player.
just recently finished.
Very strong player.
Michael, we have to make this one. 1, 2, 3, 4, board 6.
Board 6.
We do have Tiglan Bryce against Ido Gorstein.
Double rooks.
Double rook, double fun.
Double rooks and 4 pawns each. And it's white to play. No, white to play. He has to choose between king b3 and king a3. Okay. Who's going to mate who here? But okay, if I play a5 here and I threaten mate, how are you going to stop that? Well, not mate. I threaten perpetual check. White can do perpetual check as well. But is someone going to win when both can do perpetual check? I think not.
Not so much.
I think this is exciting, but I think it might end up in a quick draw, because unless one of them wants to do something very weird. Oh, look, he blocked off the 4th, and he wants to check like this now. This is fun, and it's forced, because the fun thing is you can't go back to stop it because you lose the rook, and if there's checks, then it's just perpetual. So, draw. This was the game between Tiglan Bryce and Ido Gorstein
from Israel, Grandmaster. Yeah, it's actually he's very nice guy. I had a chance to meet him in some years ago for a Grand Prix.
The Gorstein.
Yes.
Okay.
And I was commentating with Baron Tal, another Grandmaster from Israel, and I think they're friends, so Ido was there too. I don't know him that well. I just happened that we were in the same tournament, and there was like one day we were in Moscow and we decided to visit very famous chess club in Moscow with all this history and everything, and we went there by metro from far away, and Moscow is a big city, and we were three people. Of course, talking a lot about everything, and it happened that I went to metro and the door was closed.
Oh, really?
And they are out and I'm inside. Oh, metro in Moscow is very tricky.
So you went by yourself?
You cannot open, you cannot press the button like here in Spain. You have this button, it can open. And I don't know where I'm going. I don't have internet. I have no map. I don't have an address.
And they're there outside.
They're outside. And you know who stopped the door?
No.
Ido stood between the doors.
Oh, really?
And he was there looking like a Hulk, and I was inside. And Baron Tal was outside, so we were like just in a total mess. A lot of people. There was not even a space for us. It's like, and these doors were like very old doors, I think very painful. But what was really funny for me, I remember how his friend was telling him something in Hebrew, and it doesn't sound very good. And he's stuck in the doors, and I was like, please don't leave me here. Wow.
But I wonder if the train can't start if the doors are still open, I suppose.
They did not stop because they saw it was some people came and they started to open.
Imagine the train started.
Oh gosh.
The Baron was probably telling him, you better come out, because
he was shouting, and
you're going for a ride.
And then so they opened the door. It was really strong. It was not like easy to open.
Would you say his king here is like in the middle of the two doors
Two
here.
doors, yes, exactly. This is the position.
Holding the position
on the board and in the real life. And so
Okay.
then it finalized like that they opened the door, we were safe, I was like shaking, I didn't know what to do. And then, so it happened that he was very upset about, that he stood there, being so brave, and he could just, the train could start and it could be fun.
But maybe the trains can't start if the door is still open. In Spain,
Yeah.
for example, there's security measures. If the door is open, the train won't start.
It's a very different train.
Of course, in Moscow, who knows, no?
You never know how old these trains were. It was very, really heavy doors.
A game is finished. It might exactly be this game, because they're swapping.
It's the
they're
game.
swapping
It's the
score
game.
sheets. So this might have finished.
It was the draw. They just repeated the
Okay,
game.
so
Yeah.
and Seturaman won, which is the game we were watching before. Let's see how it finished. We left it here. Queen b6, took, and he did. He took with the queen. Look, this is the variation we were calculating. Ketty, we're doing well in our commentary. We got to this variation, and this is where it basically finished. He saved the knight, and he just rounded up the position. Oh, he caught him with a trick here.
Very nice.
But the position was lost. He caught him with a trick, but the position was lost. He was eventually going to do this position. Actually, this move, King h1, is to go out of all the checks and then win the knight either with some rook move or with the knight move. Okay, so Seturaman takes down the win and progresses to 4 out of 4. The draw has been signed with Idor Gorstein and Bryce Taiglon.
And the first board also ended in a draw.
And the first board between Gerol and Puranik. Yeah, this was the position we were seeing before, a draw as well. And we are
the games
going
are starting to end right now. And Michael, we do have a guest coming in the studio, one of the players. That's going to be a surprise. Who will be the player, but you guys gonna love this. So we're taking now a technical break. We'll be back in a few minutes.
Okay.
coming back into our studio with a guest, Rahman here with us, who won his game on the second board in a style. First of all, congratulations. Are you happy after this kind of win?
Yeah, today was a clean game, I suppose, and I was very well prepared. I had more time, and in open tournament, every win is important, I think, and yeah, it's good. Yeah, so far good.
Oh, it's a fantastic game. Cannot wait to hear from you what was the process that you were going through. Let's bring up the chessboard on the screen and go into the variations.
Sure. So, okay. So I played e4.
Was this the opening that you were expecting from
your
opponent to play?
He played a lot of lines like Karakon, Petrov, and also this was one of the lines. And I was expecting sort of, so it went into kind of a D3 system, Rilopus, which they call, which is called as Anderson. And here, yeah, Bishop G5 is the modern way to treat this kind of positions. Yeah, nowadays you see even in Italian they go Bishop G5, and also in Rilopus, this is very challenging. So he played D6, which is quite normal. So far. Bishop b6 is also normal because sometimes I can push a d4. So generally the bishop goes back to b6 or a7. Bishop b6 is quite normal, and here after a4, rook b8 is very natural, but it is slightly imprecise, I feel. So generally black plays bishop d7 here, and it's a normal position. Yeah. So rook b8 allows this takes a knight a3, and now he is sort of stuck. For example, if he goes bishop a7 to protect the pawn, and I can have knight b5. This shot is very strong. So rook b5, bishop a4, and everything is simply collapsing. And there is no way to escape here. And yeah, now I'm threatening to take the pawn, and b4 is sort of looks the only way. Yeah. So he played b4. Yeah, knight c4. And now the bishop is has no squares, and I can always take on b6. And as you can see, this bishop is very important, and that's why black has clear problems here, yeah, because he's not able to maintain the bishop. So g5 is quite normal. I mean, he took first, of course, takes, and g5. Otherwise, this pin is quite annoying, and if he plays g5 after castle, then I can always take on g5 with the knight.
Oh, okay. You are ready for this, right?
Yeah, I'm ready for this.
Without any calculation, you just want to play that.
Because my knight is already well advanced on c4, and it makes a big deal. So, so he played g5, bishop g3. And here I already felt black has some problems, and he was also burning up a lot of time. And he played bishop d7, which was quite strange, I must say, because he had much better moves like castle maybe, but okay, it's very risky still, but probably something else, but because after bishop d7 I get free play with h4. So g4 and knight fd2. So for example, if now he tries to maintain this bishop with bishop c5, then I have h5. So then again this bishop is coming to h4, and this pin is quite annoying.
Yeah.
For example, if he wants to move his queen, let's say queen c8, then I go f4, and I mean, it's the position is simply terrible for black. So I can take, and this bishop is very strong, and yeah, black has so many vulnerable spots. Yeah. So he played h5. Also, I was thinking about knight h5, but then I can take. Now you can see why this bishop is important, and I can take and knight c4, knight e3, and I mean, white simply has a much better position. So g4 is hanging as well, and he's not able to castle shot because of the g4 pawn. So,
so it looks very nice for you. It's very comfortable, right?
Yeah, it's very comfortable, and generally black gets to maintain this bishop, and it becomes complicated. But now, like I said before, he has the problems to solve with the bishop.
I have a very interesting question here. If we just go a little bit back after, like at this point G5, when your opponent played, here we were looking that this position is like fine according to the engine.
Engines?
But when you play, you feel like you
yeah.
have big advantage. With black, you feel like you have very bad position.
Yeah,
right?
yeah, because it's really concrete, and if black plays, for example, in the game, he played, so many natural moves, and he got into trouble quite easily. So he has to be concrete. Maybe engine says it's equal,
Yeah, more or less like very close, maybe slightly. But I have this question, like yourself, you are using engine probably as maybe a little bit more than average chess player would say, because you're also
nowadays.
doing the courses, so
that's
you need
true.
to double check
Yeah,
everything.
that's true.
So how much is it good to use the engine and trust the engine, because it says fine to play G5 and then in 2 moves it's just collapse.
I think
1 move after.
Yeah, I think that's where the strong players excel, sort of. They know which positions to go for, even though the engines claim as, like, for example, some positions are 0.00. But as you can see, it's very difficult to play over the board, and especially when your opponent is not prepared well. He burns up a lot of time, and that also adds to the pressure, and especially this kind of positions is very, very complex, I must say, because of the pin, and black has already weakened with G5. So I will be really comfortable with white. Of course, when I'm playing black, I have to check carefully this kind of positions, So, I mean, the more you analyze, sort of, you get a feel of this position, and you know where to try. I mean, which 0.0 to probably avoid, or where to go, for example. So.
Right, interesting. But also at this point you have 1 hour and 32 minutes, move 14. Was it that you don't want it to spend any second here because all these moves are just flowing so easily, or you want to show your opponent that you are in my home preparation? Which one was that?
Yeah, I mean, all these moves look very natural, as you said, and there was, I mean, why to think? When you have the flow, why not just to go, and also, like, your opponent will be scared, when you play so fast. I mean,
so you're also doing that.
Partly this and partly that, So.
Okay.
So so I played H4. He played H5. Okay, of course I can take on B6 and then play castle, which is also much better, I think. But I saw this variation with D4, and it was forcing, and I thought, okay, why not to provoke him to play bishop C5? I mean, otherwise, now I can simply take on B6 any moment I want. And only thing I was calculating was bishop C5. What if he tries to maintain the bishop? Then I saw this nice tactical idea with D4 and E5, which is quite common, by the way. And here I think black is already in big trouble. And
you saw this tactic when bishop was on C5, or you had?
No, I had in mind when I played castle. Otherwise, my plan was to first take on B6 and then play castle. So I thought anyway he cannot maintain because of this nice idea. So that's the reason I played castle first, to maintain the flexibility. And here it's already very, very dangerous, I must say. And my opponent missed, I think, E into D6. I think so.
It's a brilliant move according to Chess.com.
So. There was some other variations. For example, he can take on E5. I was thinking about knight E5. So knight into E5, let's say, bishop E5. For example, D into C3. I was thinking about some variations like bishop F6, queen F6, knight E4. So here, for example, if queen D4, I was thinking about queen E2, which is probably quite strong, and this rook is coming to D1. And for example, something like this, then I have double check and I capture the bishop.
Oh, nice.
So he cannot play bishop b5, and of course rook into b3, knight c5 check is there. And for example, let's say castle, then have rook fd1, and if he takes here, then I can take take on queen c4, and I'm winning back the piece. And if queen e5, rook d5 is coming, and I don't see any difference for black here. So I suppose it was winning, this whole variation. So
yeah, it's winning. It's very very impressive how long this line can go, and then you can it's very nice to see.
I mean,
that.
even if you calculate, you have to feel that this position is busted, sort of. So I mean, the intuition was quite strong for me, and in the game after e into d6, I think it's over. I think, and I mean, I had many options here. Bishop d6 is the cleanest, I think. For example, if bishop d4, I can even give this check and bishop e6, bishop a4, and this king is simply cornered. For example, rook c8, I can even play knight b3 or something, and this rook is coming to d1, and I'm just enjoying the position. Oh,
very nice.
The king cannot escape.
You can have this every day, in every position, every game. Wow, beautiful.
And in the game, there was nothing much because, this was just over.
Oh, very nicely done. Especially after yesterday's game, you had really tough day, right?
Yeah, yesterday was a nightmare. I was close to losing at several points, and I was also like 40 minutes down or something. I mean, it's generally this kind of open events. I mean, the low-rated opponents are kind of strong, and with black, it's not easy. I mean, to come back from losing position and to win that game was, I think, changed momentum.
Yeah, and you feel like, oh, it's a lucky
Charged up.
moment. It's a lucky moment. Okay, we will not. I'll not tell you the whole details that me and my colleague Michael said here, but I have your name here on the paper, so we'll see. Obviously, you're not here for the first time in
I have
Sitges,
played many
right?
times here, and last time I think I was here around 2021. I think, I think so.
Wow. Okay, so what you can say about the whole atmosphere, because it's really long time to travel from India to here.
No, I already played this yellow bracket open, so generally, I mean, a lot of Indians come by in these two tournaments because it's of course nearby in Spain. And I love the playing conditions here, and as you can see, the sunset and sunrise, oof. So gorgeous, and and I have come with my wife also. She's enjoying the place, and
I'm sure she's the happiest person in this place. Oh wow, this.
So it's of course, I love to play in Sitges anytime.
Is there? We do have in the halls of the hotel a lot of photos of the winners of the tournament. Is there your photo there? By any chance?
So far, I think I have tied for 4th or 3rd place. So this year, hopefully, let's see.
You wish to go up a bigger photo, And besides the main tournament, we also have some side activities. Is there anything that you plan to take part?
Let's see, maybe the free day blitz, chessable blitz. I mean, I'm planning to, but let's see how it goes.
It depends how your tournament goes. Do you have already planned, besides the tournament, how your free day gonna go, or?
Free day is on Sunday, right?
Yeah.
So we'll just have a nice walk and enjoy the sunrise and sunset. As I said,
I'm sure your wife already
maybe
has
go
a
for
plan,
cycling and
Nice. As you're here, I want to use this moment to ask about Dominguez, because a lot of speculations about him playing here, candidates and everything. What do you think? How difficult for him it is to play here at this open tournament? Because with one draw, he dropped the rating down.
It's really tough. As you can see, even Magnus in Qatar Open, he suffered a lot. Especially playing against his 2500s, 2600s with the black pieces, it's not easy. And they're all very well prepared, thanks to chessable courses. They all know the stuff, and it's not easy. But today, I think he's winning.
He has really nice chances. But what do you think? Like, if you notice this one, as you were blitzing out your own moves, you probably had some time. His opponent was late for 25 minutes.
I saw it. It was a bit strange at some point. I thought maybe, let's say, if it was a walkover, then he would not gain rating. It would have been pity. So, and I think I have played with him the previous tournament. He was late 20 minutes. Same opponent.
Really? So it's a normal thing.
I don't know. It was a bit strange why he does that.
Oh wow!
He just arrives just before the walkover time. I don't know what is the walkover time here. Probably 30 minutes. Grace time.
I think 30 minutes. So it was very close.
Yeah. I don't know why he always does that, but
really?
last tournament in Yellow Bracket, he did the same thing with
Oh,
me.
wow. And when he came, he was on the board, but you have to make a move, right?
Yes.
It's, a handshake is not enough. You have to make a move. And he was adjusting everything, putting the pen on his side. You're like, just make the move.
But
So do
I
you think
suppose it's common for me. I don't know.
do you think it somehow affects, how would you react with it if your opponent is so much like you said you had this experience? Were you ready to take this plus from the game, or you wanted him to come back still, come at the board and play?
No, I would like to finish as early as possible because I already waited for 30, 40 minutes without making move. I mean, you do get lethargic, but I mean, once the game starts, you have the time advantage, of course, and you're a stronger player. And I mean, I don't see why to come late. Yeah, I mean, 30 minutes is too much, right? Against a world-class player.
Yeah. Ooh, so much to come here. This is only round 4 into the game so far. You had already a very good game here in this round. Once again, congratulations for a nice win. And also the same yesterday. It's another very good success. And thank you so much for finding the time to come here and share your thoughts.
Thank you. It was my pleasure.
Yeah, best of the luck for the remaining games.
Thank you.
You guys, we're taking technical break and coming back with more games. And here we are back into the fourth round of Chessable Sunway Sitges Chess Festival. This is the 10th edition, and what a tournament we have here, Michael. We do have world number 7, Lenier Dominguez, alongside with more and really exciting grandmasters here in this edition. His game is still in progress. We have to take a look what's going on.
So we're going to look at the game of Lenier, but before, let me congratulate you on your excellent interview with Seturaman. Yeah. You were telling me before that he was giving out a huge amount of different variations, tactical, strategical, amazing player. Yeah. And I think he'll be one of the candidates to try and win this event. And he's playing also very well. Seturaman from India. While you were in the interview and in the break, Lenier, his position has exploded.
Ooh,
so we left
it
it here about 30 minutes ago approximately. And yeah, there was a sort of intent for a perpetual as we were discussing. So h5, h6, Lenier first on the defense to then go on to the attack. And here, of course, there's a threat of checkmate. And black checked, went back and defended. So what I was saying, first the protection. This construction is a protection construction, but he wants to go on the attack as soon as he has a moment. The thing is, his opponent is content with the draw. I attack your rook, and I threaten mate again. So Lenier has a tough decision here.
Yeah.
Should he draw the game and possibly not qualify for the candidates, or should I sacrifice an exchange and go for the mate?
Beautiful.
And the key thing is the king. If the king was not in so bad position, let's say the king was on h2, I'm not sure that Lenier could try this. But with the king, as you well know, with the king on d1, here the attack would be very good. So he took. Maybe he could took with the king, but that's not so relevant. Now he goes for the exchange of queens, which is not going to happen, of course. And basically, if this knight could get to e4, Ketty, I think Lenier would have good chances of even winning this game because the minor pieces are so strong, and also the rook will eventually come in through the d file. So his opponent played rook e1, trying to run away and prevent queen to f2. But now there is one pawn plus the knight for the rook, and one pawn and three connected pass pawns.
Yeah.
3 connected, as Haru Nakamura says in his streams. He said we have connect to 4. Connect to three. The connect to three, like you know this game Connect Three. You don't know the Connect Three game? You must know. It's this one. You put the pieces in, and when you connect 4 in a row, you win.
Yeah.
So he calls this the Connect to Three. He says this in
Okay.
the stream. If you connect 3, it's a Connect 3, and if you're gonna connect 4, normally you
It's
win.
better. Yeah.
So this is a connect, you know. Rook to H3, B2 hits the rook. Check. And now he's going to pick up some more material. Bishop A6 threatens.
Pins the bishop.
Pins the bishop. Only move rook F3. And now take, and picks up another pawn. It's hard to know if there was better things than B2, but this is definitely looking very good for black because he just keeps
Takes
picking up
all
pawns.
the pawns, yeah.
And now has a knight and 3 pawns for the piece and the attack. This seems to me that this is the position just after move 41, and of course Lenier should go on to win this game. However, the advantage is more or less between 2 and 3 points according to the computer. Normally this is enough to win, Ketty, as you know, but it may require some precise play, and if at some moment Lenier fails or misses a chance, obviously his opponent would have some drawing possibilities. But of course, I have to think that in this position after c5, 2 pawns, the rook at some point should come into the position, and the king is still not completely safe. So yes, Lenier is doing good,
He's
and
doing really good.
yeah, and we'll try and get him. We'll try and get him in the studio if possible. So I'm going to try and I'm going to make a.
Yeah. Let's
While you check,
request that.
while you check for the other games, I'm going to
Of
make a
course. So we
suggestion.
do have here the final move, and here Petra played rook to f3. The idea of this move is to open up the path for the king to go on f2, later on g2, and to go to this safer place than is the center. So why white needed to play this move on f3? Because the pawn on f4 will not hang in that case. So now Dominguez has to think how to continue this position. He has very nice chances. He knows it's a good chances, and probably thinking to push one of the pawns forward, maybe d4, maybe c5, and to gain more and more space advantage. Michael, we do have actually first 4 boards has finished already.
Yep.
We do have a 5th board in progress. We can take a look at that game.
We can also check the end of the game between Horvath and Ernesto, and then we can go straight to the 5th game. Horvath is 1, but look at the position. Ernesto looks here to have had some chances. Look at the king. I wonder what happened here. Was he winning and it was a mistake, or what was happening? So we left it about here. What happened in this position? There was massive changes, and it's 2, 4, 5, 6 pawns against 6, 2 bishops against 2 knights. Very open position, so good for white. But white's king in certain danger. What happened here? Trying to open up the queen side, looking for the exchange of queens, even by losing a pawn. But Ernesto doesn't want to have anything like that. Queen to e4, take. Computer says it's always equal, but I would be slightly worried with my king behind this pawn.
Yeah.
So let's carry on a bit more. Now black might have taken over the position. Knight to g4. This might not be the best move according to the computer, but it looks very logical.
Yeah.
I wonder what the move is.
Maybe queen h5.
Okay, queen h5,
Knight
looking to check
f3,
here. That looks very good, yes. Or it's a long shot, but to try and get... Nah, this would not work. Maybe to bring the other knight into the attack, although it's quite slow.
Yeah.
In any case, this doesn't seem good enough. Very good move, g6. Lovely. The hidden bishop
Yeah.
against the hidden king, and knock, and this one's open, and the game could be very well for white. Now the game is lost.
Oh.
The pawn
There
gets
was a blunder,
yeah, it's a
right?
big blunder.
F takes g6 was blunder, or g6 was knight g4 was already.
Knight
quite
g4 was worse, but f takes. We'll go back now, but just let me see how it finishes. Defends the 3rd line, and there's rook f3, and game over. So what happened here was this was dubious, but not losing, And here he had to find a move which is not pawn takes pawn. But not so easy to find the move here.
I don't
Because
know,
the threat is
really.
pawn takes pawn, king takes pawn, and d6 check. But maybe if we capture here,
Yeah.
is this so bad? It looks bad. Computer says it's very bad. This must be normal, and the king has no square to go to. Well, not according to this. No, of course. I'm sorry. Rook takes c7 is the move. And then we go in with the queen here. So it's not easy because they're double threats. So what to do here, Kitty? What to do here? What can we do? What can we do if they come for you, as they say in English? What do we do if they come for you? Knight d8 is not cutting it. Rook e7.
Oh, I say the move
I
here.
don't know what the move is. What does the
Okay.
computer say,
It's
Kitty?
rook takes e3.
Rook takes e3, a
Rook
very
takes-
difficult move
You
to
also move away this rook from like,
the-
for instance, if j takes f7,
Yep.
maybe king f8.
Oh, king f8, wow. Yeah. And the key idea is that when he captures here,
Yeah.
what do we go, how do we
Knight
carry on
takes.
with? Knight takes and try and find a perpetual here. Yeah. The valuation bar is breaking even at halfway, so this must be a perpetual. But of course, to find a perpetual in these positions is not completely easy. Sometimes, because sometimes there may be some very critical checks you have to do.
Oh, okay, and not take on e3, but there is this is impossible to see. So this is all correct. Rook
Okay.
e3, good move. Pawn takes rook e3, pawn takes pawn, king goes on f8,
Yep.
pawn takes rook, and instead of taking on e3, here the computer says go here knight to c8.
Knight c8 to block on d6.
Knight d6, yeah.
Yeah.
Also the bishop is blocked
Yeah,
here.
above all because the pawn can't be taken now because of rook
Yeah.
e1.
And this is very good position, but also, for instance, after knight d3, this also is fine after even engine needs to
Yeah.
think here.
Yeah, yeah.
Earlier it was given a bad position for black, but let's say queen to f3, you just go queen g5
Queen
check,
d5 check.
and wherever king goes, you just follow, or
There's
you
a
just
check.
find the check
Yeah,
here.
yeah. This would probably be a draw. Not easy at all. With Ernesto was low on time and also under pressure for most of the game, so it wasn't. Another game has finished.
Yeah, this is board 5. We wanted to go there. This is
the hero of
Vignesh
yesterday, James
against
Morris.
Morris, yeah.
He's drawn with black against 25-29, so Morris is definitely on track. Maybe it's too early to go for the Grandmaster. Again, we saw him today in the dining room teaching his student while they were eating.
Yeah?
Yeah. They were going over the game, so...
I think some more people will go there and check
Yeah,
what
yeah.
he's preparing.
Remember, this was the position that we were considering this afternoon, sorry, the tremendously complicated position. He got the exchange of queens, but this ending is more or less equal. And, well, no. Actually, he was better. He was better here. He got this very promising position with black. But somehow he messed up here, and the game ended in a draw. Although he has an extra pawn. He has 2 extra pawns, but the king is cut. And when the king is cut, it's very, very difficult to win. Pawn falls, and now the game is a draw. Yeah. Not so easy, but the game is a draw. But very well played, and he's obviously in good form in this tournament, because if anyone was winning here, it was him. And instead of playing rook takes a3, he had to find a different move here. Maybe the better move, instead of capturing the a3 pawn, was rook to g4. I suspect this was a better move. Take, and now castle, and then pick up one of these 2 pawns, and have 3 passed pawns on the king side. Yeah, this would have given him some chances to try and win the game. Okay, so the first 7 boards are finished. The only board left is Sochaki against Indian, which is the position with the stranded knight on h6. They got to the time control. The knight is still... This has been here. The knight has been on h6 since. Move. Look, knight landed there. or move 17.
It's a caveman.
On move 17.
Centuries old.
It hasn't moved since move 17, and we're now on move 41, and the knight is still there.
Jesus.
How many more moves will it be there?
Forever, I guess.
Forever.
Like where the knight goes, you can't even capture.
Forever and ever, amen, they say.
Yeah.
Then the knight is not moving from there.
It's a rock off the board.
Now, to finish off this game, just at a glance, I'd have to calculate, but there is no mate because the knight is hanging. So it seems that rook c4, followed by rook takes c5, would take off the most dangerous pawn and would leave a situation with rook and bishop and 3 pawns against bishop, knight and 4 pawns. This would be a draw in many occasions, but with the knight on h6, it's going to probably be a loss. So we're thinking that Indian will take this one down, and we're going to keep looking for interesting games. Murzin won his game, and what other games do we have here? Lanier has made a small mistake, and he's still ahead, but his last move was not the best one. So we'll keep an eye on the game of Lanier every now and then. But we still need to find some other interesting games. Maybe we can check one of the games of one of the streamers. The streamers' corner was in full swing upstairs. I went to see.
Oh, nice.
They're all in the corner.
Oh, all in a
games.
fight. There was Konstantin Kavotsky on board 21.
Okay, let's see how Kostya is going. We had him in the studio some time ago, and Kostya is for some years already trying to get his first Grandmaster norm. And it's taking, he's a strong international master, but he focuses more on teaching and his academy. And so, do you know exactly which board he was playing at?
21 or 22?
21. I saw upstairs the game between Jules and
20,
Rachita was
21.
Interesting. So
we can take
see.
a look at that.
Yeah.
Just one down.
Here it
Yeah.
is.
Anand.
He lost against
Pranav
Anand. They say that if you have Anand in your name, things are going very good for you in chess. Funny, 2 pieces against a queen. Let's see quickly how this one went down. It was a typical Rossolimo, all theory. This is very theoretical and according to the computers equal. But now the game begins, and slowly White is outplaying his opponent. First he blocks off the bishop on a6, and now he launches an attack to the king side. Wins the queen for a couple of pieces, and probably will return some material there. Oh, this is nice. Look at this. What do you think about this tactic? So he has a queen. He has rook for a rook, has queen and rook for 3 middle pieces. So he's clearly up on material, but if these pieces coordinate, anything can happen. Look what he did here. He went rook takes f7. Pataplam. The idea is that if the rook is captured, queen to f1 and knocks off the queen on.
And weaken the king as well. We
weaken the
know
queen as
when
well.
queen is on the board.
This
weak
will be
king
deadly,
is
deadly.
Yeah.
But Kovitsky went knight to d4, and now, boom, you have to eliminate the
What's
most
now
dangerous
this? What about this bishop now?
Well, the bishop is defending the king, and now we have access to this square on f6, which should be decisive. And that's, well, first he went for the exchange of rooks, and it's queen. If you play, for example, king h7, we open up the position with h5. And the way to win here, let's say, the way to win is bringing
the king
up the zigzag to the black squares, no? Maybe get to here and then finish him off. And to stop that, you have to decoordinate the knight and the bishop, and then you lose a
and
piece.
the pawn on b3 is not hanging because the moment knight moves away and the bishop is not protected anymore, this bishop will be lost.
So Kostya said, okay, that's enough for me
Enough
today.
is enough.
And tomorrow will be another day. He gets to live for another day. Okay. Kirill Alexienko, he lost yesterday against James Morris. Today he recovered ground by defeating one of Spain's young players who's very good, Miguel Ruiz. And let's see the later stages of the game. Well, okay, here he's just about to win. He goes for the mate, and Miguel tries for a perpetual, but doesn't get a chance. It was a good try, but when he escapes, game over. Okay, so what do we have?
You mentioned earlier Moussard's Jules,
Yep.
that he
The position was complicated, at least what I saw, so we can check this one. Now, Jules lost the first game because of forfeit.
Yeah.
So he's on 2 points out of 3.
Oh, he took bye. No, he took bye. He didn't lose the game.
Correct. Yes, he asked for a bye. I think he was playing in the London Chess Classic in England and probably needed an extra day to come from there. So the first game he didn't play, but he's on 2 out of 2, which is 2 out of 3 for the tournament standings. And he was playing on board
Board's 29.
29.
Just below the... Yeah,
Here
there.
we are. Okay, it's changed a bit. There were more pieces before when I saw it. So we have this ending. Let's see. So it's 5 against 5. A good knight in e5. Weaknesses on the dark squares. So this is something some of my students struggle with. They say, I had a pass pawn in the ending.
Oh, that's not a pass pawn. That's a weak pawn.
They say, you always say that we have to have pass pawns in the ending. And I say to them, of course, if possible, in the 5th or 6th rank, not in the 2nd rank. Because if it's in the 2nd rank, it's too weak. And if things are happening on the other side of the board, it's just too backward to be able to be effective. So if black could get this pawn running somehow, then I could see him doing things in this position. What would your plan be here, Kitty, to win the game?
My plan here would be to play, for instance, rook to b4. I like this move, that even if black pushes the pawn b4,
you block it here.
I'm going to stop it. Rook b2 is less ambitious move, but we have to move the rook from b1, because then I want to play knight to d3. So I'm avoiding bishop f5 pin. With knight d3, I will keep this knight here for the moment. I want to play king f4, king e5 to sneak in this in this center, and then I will think to play knight to c5, knight to f4,
c5, f4, depending
knight
where.
to b4.
Yeah.
It depends, but I also look then king f6, king g7, the roads to the other side of the board as well.
Nice.
Yeah.
I'm going to do a different plan because that's nice, so we can see which one goes. I'm going to play king f4 as well. That we agree. And instead of playing the plan with knight d3, which I like,
I know where you're going. I like that.
I'm going to go h5 and h6.
Oof.
First, I stick the pawn in h6, and if he captures, I'll try and get, hopefully, I'll get the pawn back and win this one over here. And if I get the pawn to h6, then I'll eventually move my knight and hopefully get my king here. So I think it's going to be a mixture of the two plans. King f4 for sure.
Yeah.
And then we'll see if Jules prefers to move his knight to look for better squares or to try and open up the file.
I love this h5, h6 idea.
This is always very strong.
Nice.
This I saw in one of the examples of Cherysevsky's Endgame book years ago. And it's sort of, you know, sometimes, Kitty, when you're learning chess, you get a book, you see a few examples, and there's one that really sticks into your head.
Yeah.
Then it sort of stays there forever, no?
Yeah.
And it was very strong, the impact it had on me. And a pawn on h6 in a knight against bishop, it sort of, everything was working. And so when I get this position, I'm already thinking, can I get a pawn to h6?
But it's a brilliant thing what you just said, Michael, because out of like maybe 100 games that in the book,
there's always
one or two, and it's actually very good to have this kind of things, because this one idea can work in many of your games. It's always there, you always remember your mess with that.
I call them patterns, and most players know that there's the tactical patterns, the mating patterns, but there's also strategic and endgame patterns.
Yeah.
Situations.
Oh, he goes for that. He goes for that. H5 is on the board. Bravo. I love this meme.
Of course, he might decide to change, and then we're thinking,
no,
stupid.
No.
Do you think he'll put the pawn here?
For sure. He went for this, for sure. He will no way trade this one, unless there is some tactical thing. One detail that we might here consider, because earlier I mentioned about rook b4, rook b2. Maybe rook b2 is better move there to look for f2 pawn. If you want to free your king and go to f4, e5, it's always good to play safe and
I didn't like so much before, not because it's sort of it would leave me without a bit more activity in some situations.
It's a
But
kind of
I was
trust,
thinking
yeah.
if I had to move the rook to control b2, and then I could swing it wherever I wanted. But even before playing king f4, because of the second rank, yeah, he's going to put here. I think black will play here, and then if what we expect is correct, he doesn't have to move it straight away.
No.
And in fact, typical grandmasters, what they normally do is mix in lines to confuse the opponent. The thing is, if he plays king to f4, I'm wondering if take and bishop g4, but I think that's bad because we wouldn't take the knight. Well, we could, but we shouldn't. We could just play f3, and that's
or
it.
knight f7, yeah. Do you want to
F3
see
and
funny
then take-
line?
Oh, have you seen? So which
No.
here? Here?
No, just
No.
a little bit back. h5 on the board.
H5,
King c7.
king c7.
Not king f4.
Okay.
So we say that maybe rook b2 to
Yeah,
prepare king f4.
To play king f4.
We can make
So
that.
I'll go rook b2.
Yeah.
Okay.
And then black sees this happening, so black has to do something. Complicated position, come and take the pawn on h5.
Why not?
To take on h5. And then white here thinks, okay, I understand king f4, whatever, but this is a pass pawn. This is really a pass pawn if you leave this alive. So I
Yeah.
play king h4. I want to capture
Why
king
not?
h5,
Why
king
not?
h6.
I agree.
Black says like, okay, I'm going to activate my rook to a1.
But not to do anything, just to
To-
stay around there, no? Maybe to go here.
And now,
If he moves the rook.
black is threatening to give a check and save the pawn. And you
Yeah.
just gave this pawn, you want to play without pawn? You have
No,
to take that pawn.
I think I'm going to take the pawn. I could go back, but I'll take the pawn.
Take the
What's the worst that can happen? I mean, I could even go here, no?
No, take this pawn, and somehow your opponent gives you a check.
Another, and then you get the king and say,
Yeah.
something bad happened to me today.
Something bad happened.
Of course, this will not happen in games of duels, but it is always warnings when the king is on the side of the board.
Yeah.
You might not get mated, but other things happen. I've had very bad things happen to me when I've gone with the king to the side of the board.
Yeah, and somehow the first reaction is that when there is a danger, you want to hide the king in the in the corner. But sometimes in the end game, especially, center is the good hiding space for the king because there's a lot of squares around the king, and you will not be checkmated.
The funny
That
thing is here, Ketty, the computer actually doesn't like king f4. I'm wondering, is it because h6 is better, or because king f4 has something wrong with it? So I'm going to put the pawn on h6 and see if the computer line moves.
Not that much,
So the thing
actually.
is, I think the computer, it doesn't mean king f4 is bad, but it takes some advantage away if you don't play h6, which means that pawn takes pawn will be a threat at some point, because the tempo you need to go and capture all the pawns is the tempo that black needs to get the pawn to here and the king behind it. And then there could be some counterplay. Okay, so Jules will come back here later on, but it does seem that he's doing well in this ending and should be winning it because he's better, and he's also a better endgame player than Ravi Rachita, a woman international master or grandmaster?
Woman grandmaster.
Okay, so let's go back to the list of games. Lenier is still fighting. Yeah, let's just check on him.
Lenier
for a moment.
has improved a little bit the position.
Okay.
Actually, we can take a
He
look
put
at
the
that.
pawn to d4.
Activated the rook as well.
Activated the rook. The knight is in position to jump to one of these squares. Yeah, this is looking good for Lenier. The computer actually says that he's completely winning. Also, he arrived at the time control. Rook to e6. Yeah, Ketty, his opponent wants to sacrifice the rook for the knight and try and find some perpetual. He's going to try queen d2 and this sort of thing. He has to look for something now.
He has to look for something.
Actually, it's quite dangerous. A random move? I'm going to think of a random move. Let's say, I don't know, some random move.
C4 maybe? Oh, no,
C4 is not random
yeah,
enough. Something like, I don't know, something like rook a8. And let me sacrifice here and see if after queen d2, I'm in time, king h7 and rook g3, if I'm in time to get
king
to here.
G6.
Computer doesn't seem very impressed. But
Maybe queen e8, and after rook g6, you play queen e3 and trade the queens right away.
yeah, or I was thinking of either that or d4 and then queen d4 check or queen h4 check, one of these two.
Yeah.
What you were saying, queen e8?
Queen E8.
Yeah, this is the way. This is the simplest way, yeah. Game over, yeah. Yeah. But this is something that Lenier has to be careful about. Also, we did a random move, rook a8.
Yeah.
I'm sure there are better.
It's actually a very good
better
move.
moves.
You have the pawn.
Wasn't so bad. It was a randomly good a randomly good move. But but why not c4? I mean, why not c4?
Yeah, why not?
Why not c4? I mean, the 2 pawns are on 5th. This game could actually finish quite soon because c4, queen d2, and now why not c3? Oh, c3. Careful, rook takes c3. This is probably still winning, but already, just as well there's this check here, and queen takes. So you have to be a bit careful.
Yes, to be careful.
But of course, Lenier has 25 minutes, and if one thing characterizes Lenier's play, he's very careful.
He's very careful.
He's very careful.
Super solid.
Yeah, Lenier will either play c4 or something else. What he's probably thinking is there any danger if I play c4? If he sees no danger, the pawns are going up. I mean, there's no reason to stop the pawns going up. So Lenier
position is so
win.
strong for him. 3 pawns.
3 pawns
For exchange, it's more than 2 pawns. Sometimes is even enough, right? And Black's king is way much safer in this position. Way much safer than White's.
Actually, even if we took this pawn away, which I can't to see the valuation, I'd be surprised if the computer doesn't give this position as a win for Black. Maybe not so clear, but
big advantage for
it probably gives it a win as well. So Black is doing very well. Do we have other interesting games? Let's go down. Let's scroll down the list.
We do have also another exchange sacrifice situation on board. So this 8, 12.
Okay, board 12. We'll check on Fernando Peralta in a while as well because he also has a huge amount.
This is what I meant. Yeah. I think I told you the wrong number.
So let's go back a few moves and see if we can establish. Here, there's all the pieces. This is a good position to start with. Okay, so Fernando was playing with back against Marani Rajendra, Grandmaster Marani Rajendra from India. Okay. So Fernando was in Formentera. I was playing with him. We were also having dinner nearly every night, and he was having huge trouble with the Indian players. I mean, chess-wise, things were not going well for him when he was playing against the Indian players. But here, he seems to have. Of course, it's not the same playing a 2,500 Indian player, that's his strength, as to play against 1,800 Indian player who might play like a 2,300. No, psychologically, it messes a lot with your head. Okay,
Michael, about Formentera, we mentioned this. There was a question in the chat to you and to me too. Same question. So, which one would you pick if you can? Formentera or Sitges, and why?
As a player?
Yes, or a commentator.
As a commentator, I would definitely prefer Sitges because the tournament is bigger, more players, the production is very good. As a commentator, Sitges is nicer. As a player, I prefer Formentera.
And why is that?
The time of the year is May, and it's much nicer. That's one thing to take into account. And also, but this is very specific for me, I'm an international master. I hardly play anymore. But when I do play, I want the tournament to be an option for me to do a Grandmaster norm. Although I won't get it, but Formentera is very strong and very few players.
Yeah.
So actually the first round in Formentera, I was paired against Aravind Chidambaram. First round.
Wow.
And there's 10 rounds. So if I play well, I can do a Grandmaster norm there. Here it's much more difficult because there's 300 players in the tournament. So for these reasons, I prefer. Now, if he's asking about which one do I prefer regarding the place, both are very nice. Yeah. I'd still go with Formentera because it's a small island, wonderful island. You've been there as well. What do you think?
Oof, it's it's something the same as I was a kid. People were asking me, who do you like more, your mom or your dad? And I never knew what to answer. So I really like both. What you said was actually, I agree with that, both. To play this one, if you are not an active player, is a challenge.
Yes, yes.
But if you are an active player, you train, and then you have to come here.
This is a very good tournament.
It's a good, yeah. It's
also,
a good one.
if you're an active player and you want to play 2 or 3 tournaments in a row, this is your way to go. Formentera is just one tournament at the end of April. Although you could play Menorca first and Formentera afterwards if you want to play 2 tournaments in a row. But if it's just to play one random tournament, Formentera is very nice, Sitges is very nice. I mean, you'll be very happy in both of them. Okay, so we have this position, 2, 4, 5. It was a pawn up for a black, and even a better king. But the computer bar says it's equal, and I think it's basically because of the strength of the knight on d5 and the options of attack for white. So black decided to knock off the knight.
Wow.
And this is what you have to do when things are getting dangerous. You just give up a rook.
Oh.
And so Fernando could have lost here, according to the computer, but not because of rook e7. Okay, so what was the move?
There was an intermediate move here.
What is the move here for white that wins the game? What is the move?
I would just guess here.
We know it's not rook e7, which actually looks strong, but we know that's not the move.
I was thinking about rook to e6, but there's also queen c5. Why not that move to pick up another pawn? Takes queen c5.
And just bishop takes rook, rook takes. Okay.
And with idea rook e7.
Okay. I think I'm going to go with your idea, rook e6, because if he captures, the computer doesn't like it. Now I was thinking if he captures the pawn, and I was able to get this rook in somehow.
Yeah.
But I can't. So maybe the
Queen
move
d6.
you said. No, maybe the move is just to capture this pawn, as you said. Take here, take here, and take here. The computer says it's equal. So you'll have to check on the computer to see which exactly is the move that it suggests, because there's many moves here.
Many
Rook
moves.
to e6.
Bishop on g3, yeah?
See, rook to e6, bishop to h4, queen d6, maybe, rook to e8, rook to f6. This might be it. Let's check. Here, 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 here. No.
Very narrow path here for both sides.
No. I was thinking to try and get a check in here, but even so, I'm not going to win the game. So, okay. So if you want,
this is board.
if you want to check, this is Fernando.
Okay, I see it.
Did you find it?
And the move 35.
Let's see which is the killer move. Ooh. Rook e7 seems very nice.
Bishop g3 is a bad move according.
It's a bad move.
Oh, rook e6 is a move. Rook e7 is a blunder.
Rook e6 to avoid, but then against bishop takes pawn.
Bishop takes pawn, and then we have queen to e5. Oh, how come we didn't see that?
Oh, well, we attack, but this is the main threat. Yeah.
Oh, this is serious. So interesting, right? Both of us were thinking of queen d6.
It doesn't seem to win because he still has queen f8. But then I suppose it's queen e6, and I wouldn't be surprised. King g2 and rook h1. So, for example, let's say rook d8, rook e7, queen f8, and what is the killer move here? Can we do this? But then he captures here. We need a move here. We need a move. Okay, so it must be check here, and king and rook to f7.
Very strong. Queen f6 is coming.
But look, the computer finds the defense because he can find the defense queen d6. We're getting destroyed in every position. What to do here? What to do here?
I would play queen to e3 in this position.
E3?
Yeah.
Okay.
The bishop is stacked.
is trapped, but we can't really go for it because of this rook here.
I want to play king g2, rook h1.
Ah, so you want to control, and then, okay. But what about, and if rook takes d3? But he does have rook takes d3 here, Kitty. Oh, then you play check and rook e8. Okay. Yeah, this might be winning. But it's such a difficult move to
It's
see.
very difficult.
Queen
Yeah,
to
queen e3 is a good move, actually.
Queen e3 is very difficult to see.
Queen e3 is a good move in this position, according to the engine, but it's better to first give a check, queen e5, to have king on g8 for whatever reason.
So you get a check on e6 if
Yeah,
necessary.
and now
after
queen
now
e3.
Yeah, because if the pawn advanced, then you can get another check on
Yeah.
e6. And
Yeah.
then play king g2 and try and bring the rook to h1. Very difficult.
And black is stuck.
Very difficult.
And when we come back, earlier there was the other move instead of rook to d8. So let's go there. It was a very nice move. Queen f8 was the move that we were suggesting to avoid rook e7 and to guard the rook.
So here,
Queen e5, queen
f8.
And here, very simple move, queen to f4 wins the game.
Queen f4 and you tap the bishop, yeah.
Very nice, right?
Again, not so easy to see unless you see it on the board.
Yeah.
To see this in your head is difficult. So Fernando missed this move. The opponent missed rook e6. And we have finally the position we were heading for, which is an extra pass pawn, but black with a huge amount of pawns, and he can round up.
Oh.
The pawn on d7, luckily for Fernando, doesn't go to queen, and what is going to go to queen are
so
all,
many
are all
pawns
these
are
pass
extra
pawns.
here. Oy.
Take, and this is simply is lost. King goes in front of the pawns.
And the
then
pawns are
starts
going
advancing.
forwards.
So Fernando will take this one down. Let's just pop back quickly to see Lenier. If he's decided the game, still not. It's here. Okay, so, careful. He got in the sacrifice.
Oh, the game has ended. They are signing the score sheets.
What has happened? Check. Oh, check and queen takes. Okay, so he has resigned. So I can
There's
see.
one thing
I can
that
see
might
Fran is
have-
there. Let's see if Fran can bring Lenier down. That would be fantastic.
Yeah. Maybe here White was just tired of having this bad position, you
Yeah.
know, and he just gave it a try.
Sacrifice and but it's check and queen takes rook, and the game is over. So Lenier has won, and that allows him another point and a half. So now he's probably in -2.5. So he still needs
Actually,
between
today,
1 and 2 victories.
today he was before the start of the game. He was -3.3. So I think he gets
I think it's a point and a half. I think.
no more. I was thinking more too.
So I can see our director Fran
Yeah.
is talking to Lenier, and they're both coming down. So
Let's
with a bit of luck,
see,
we'll have
let's
him in the studio at
see.
some point, which will be good, and he can talk about the game, talk about his tournament, and talk about his options for the candidates. Okay. Meanwhile, Inian, the knight is still an h6.
That goes
I think
nowhere.
this knight is not coming out. This knight is not coming out.
Knight will not see it.
I think the guy will say,
Li-
look, you're going to
sunlight.
beat me, but my knight is not going out from there. So this is something to be, and there's no many other games. So Seturaman has 4 points, Horvath has 4 points, probably Inian will have 4 points, and Raja will have 4 points. So there'll only be 4 players on 4 out of 4. And with 3.5, very strong players. We have Murzin, we have Lenier, so maybe
Many players.
Aravind with 3.5 as well, Sashikiram with 3.5, Sanal Vap with 3.5. So most probably, this does mean that tomorrow, Lenier, as there are 4 players with 4, Lenier will play with a player with 3.5, but a strong player with white. So with a bit of luck, if he's capable of winning, he might return to get those points for the candidates. And there's not many other games left, so the round is wrapping up quite nicely with this victory. Andreas Kellyes, his grandmaster, I met him today in the cafeteria. He was telling me about the scene of chess in Greece and all the nice tournaments there are in Greece during the summer. So if anyone wants to mix chess with vacations, Greece is another interesting place to go in summer. He's won his game today. And I also talked to Ristos Soleidis, his friend, also playing here. Sorry, Alexei, he drew today against Pranav. So many interesting games, so many interesting players. Jules is still fighting. And, no, hold on, this is our analysis. Let's check the moves here.
His opponent just took the pawn. He also is scared about it.
He didn't want the pawn on h6, so he took it. Rook h1, king e8, king f4, and this pawn will be picked up. And even maybe now it makes much more sense to go for your lines. And this reminds me somewhat of the famous Capablanca game where he played king g3, king h4, pushed the king in, gave all the pawns, and with the rook and the king, it's a very famous Capablanca final. This should be winning. Also, if the king goes towards the king side, it's very unlikely that this pawn will be a danger. The danger of the pawn, if it's the king, is near the pawn. But if it goes here, there's no danger.
Too many weaknesses here in black's position. All those pawns are separated while white's pawns are together. All of them are connected at the one side, king and knight also there, taking care of those pawns. And black has too many islands.
Let's just do one move here. For example, b5. And here there are several ways to go. Knight d3 is fantastic, just to block if we want to. But let's just think what would happen if he captures the pawn.
Yeah.
And the pawn continues to advance. How would we go here? Should we go knight c6? Should we go...
I would go rook h7.
Rook h7, okay, one more pawn.
You will play b3 because you want to queen.
Why not?
I'll give you a check because check in the end games are very bad.
Oh, and now we're dead. We're dead because
I know,
there's another
the
check
fork,
here.
we're just
But
lucky.
hold on.
No, knight b3, knight c3 is also another thing.
Oh.
Yeah, too many options.
No way, yeah. So when you capture on h7, I can't move the pawn. And that's a huge tempo. And by the way, there's g6 in this position as well. Now, this is completely lost.
Or rook b7, g6 as well. So.
But if you can't advance the pawn, that means white can just pick up these pawns perfectly calmly and then win the game. Okay, perfect. So we might have Lenier in the studio. We're waiting for them to confirm. And that will be good because you can talk to him and try and find out how he played today. Very important.
How you doing?
Ask him
that
about.
could be the question.
Also ask him about the 25 minutes and how he's able to.
That's very interesting. Yeah, how he was holding on.
What was he thinking during those 25 minutes? No, you'll probably get a very calm answer from me. I think he won't say anything.
Nothing that we would expect.
Exactly.
Yeah,
But he might know something we don't know. He might tell you, no, the director of the tournament told me that my opponent was on his way and was coming late. So he might know something we don't know. This sometimes happens, no? You're waiting for your opponent and the director comes, hey, your opponent's coming, but he's missed his train. He's called, he's on his way. No, wait and he's coming, no? Sometimes that happens as well. Okay, so look, games are finished.
Almost all the games
is
have finished, so there's only one game in progress, and that's the rocky knight on h6. Michael, I would suggest to take a break right now.
Okay.
So
and prepare for the interview.
We have to get ready for this one. See you guys. Don't go anywhere. This is not the end yet.
a quest for the most complete chess player. Can you think of a chess event where anyone can win, regardless of whether being a grandmaster or an amateur? Can you think of an event where a win counts more than 2 draws? Can you think of an event that rewards players who enjoy playing more chess games? Can you think of an event that combines different chess variations? We think it is possible. It will be so fun that it should not be a closed tournament, but open to every chess player. And there's no better moment than the 10th anniversary of our Chessable Sunway Sitges International Chess Festival to announce a new way of enjoying over-the-board tournaments even more. We'll still have an admirable and very strong Classic Chess Open champion. We'll still have Blitz tournaments winners like in previous years. It'll be the first edition of our event when we'll have a player succeeding in a rapid chess tournament. Also, for the first time in our festival, players will go out of their comfort zone in a Fischer Random Blitz chess tournament. And we'll all have fun playing over-the-board bullet games while having some drinks. But here's the big news. We'll count all the wins players can score in all 5 of these chess variations, and we'll add them weightedly, granting some additional points for the draws they get. But be careful. 1 win will never be the same as 2 draws. Grandmasters and amateurs will be mixed in a single classification, in the quest for the most complete chess player. Welcome to the first ever chess pentathlon. Welcome to Sunway Sitges. Checkmate the climate change. We're close to the climate endgame, and we have an inferior position, but a victorious checkmate to climate change is still possible. We're just pawns in this game, but does anyone know better than a chess player how powerful pawns can be in an endgame? At Chessable Sunway Sitges International Chess Festival, we recognize the power of isolated pawns, but we love to play in coordination. We can castle and wait, but we always preferred dynamic moves. This is why we ask you to embark with us on this journey to help raise awareness in our beloved chess community. 1 move at a time, and we'll see if a small advantage becomes decisive one day. We can all together put our grain of sand to save our planet. There's no better game to win. So how are we doing more precise moves now than we used to? Less paper, more digital. We stopped using tons of paper to publish and distribute results in pairings, announcements of lectures and side activities, etc. Emails and WhatsApp messages have become our bishops to rapidly spread our messages, and our screens strategically placed across our facilities help cover all squares, so that no one can move without knowing what's going on. It's not only sustainable, it's convenient. Cell phones may be the enemy of fair play in the playing halls, but they are our best ally outside them. We developed our own app for iOS and Android that you can download and open anytime, while not playing, to be up to date with what's going on in our chess festival, and without any risk of being blamed for cheating. It's also available in the smart TV of your room. And what about accreditations? Here's the deal, don't throw them, because with just a little water and minimal care, your accreditation, printed on paper with seeds, will germinate and become a plant. When you're home, it will remind you of the memorable moments you spent at Chessable Sunway Sitges International Chess Festival, and it will cheer you to help us to be just part of the opening of the chess community's game against climate change. Don't get it wrong though, our accreditation won't grow green chessboards. Electronic score sheets are arriving, but we may need some extra time to adopt them. Players will need to keep on writing. However, when printing is necessary, we try to use recycled paper. Less plastic. We may not be able to make it disappear immediately, but we're looking to leave plastic in Zhuangzhuang. Quality and attention to details has always been part of our identity sign at Sunway events, so we're not cutting anything. Will we still be giving pens for notation of score sheets or gifts to participants? Let us keep the surprise, but if we did, who knows, they will preferably be made with biodegradable and ecological materials. What about free water during the rounds? We will be using sustainable packaging, and we will ask players to take a small step towards sustainability to have their ecological bottles refilled. While we love online chess, over-the-board tournaments like Sunway are a unique experience to take part in. So, what about plastic chess sets? We know we still have many, but we're very aware of time pressure. We're kind of turning back the clock to enlarge the number of wooden boards and pieces in our tournament, in a timeless move for eco-chess crusaders. better accommodation. Since 2021, our 4-star hotel in Sitges has the Biosphere certification in tourism, which recognizes our continuous improvement towards more sustainable models. And, knowing that chess players require very well-lit playing halls, since 2023, solar panels installed next to the main playing hall are producing part of our own energy. There are many other measures that Sunway Playa Golf Hotel and Spa, venue of the Chess Festival, has been introducing during these years to reduce its carbon footprint, improve water efficiency or allow energy savings, like changing almost all lighting to LED lighting, or installing motion sensors to activate lights in the hotel's less crowded areas, detecting even the quietest chess players. Sensors in windows and doors limit the useless operation of air conditioning machines when those windows and doors are open. Taps in restrooms have been changed to prevent the waste of water, which is precious in our warm Mediterranean location. Amenities left in the rooms for guests are biodegradable and ecological, etc. All guests at Sunway Hotel and Apartments have free bicycles to facilitate their mobility, reducing the environmental impact of transportation. There's no more enjoyable and sustainable way of entering a game or of mentally analyzing your moves after hours of concentration than to cycle along the seafront promenade. And for those who don't want to cycle, we also provide free bus passes that will allow you to forget your own car during your stay in Sitges. Responsible F&B management. Just in case players haven't eaten any opponent's pieces during their games, we make sure they have enough quality food and beverages in our restaurants at Sunway Playa Golf Hotel and Spa. Purchase from local suppliers, when possible, to reduce the impact of CO2 and promote proximity trade is just part of our game strategy. It's not only time we don't like to waste, so we use efficient waste management to get a better endgame position. Selective garbage collection, or use of returnable glass bottles and other containers, are our defense, no matter if Sicilian, Slav, or French, against environmental degradation. And our openings list includes the use of biodegradable and recycled single-use items such as tablecloths, straws, or napkins. Let's talk coffee. It's organic, it's sustainable, and it's in a biodegradable cup. Even our coffee beans are in on this eco-chess game. And we don't forget the quick response QR codes, which are available in our restaurants, and they remind us that a quick
We're coming back in the final segment of today's broadcast, The Best in the End. We have Lenier Dominguez here in the studio. Thank you so much for coming here for the interview. First of all, how do you feel?
Well, I don't feel very well. I mean, I'm a bit under the weather. I think I got a cold, but yeah, at least I'm winning some games, so it's not so bad. Not always so bad.
Today's game was so nice and so interesting.
Yeah, it was very
your
complex.
Opponent came 25 minutes late or so.
Yeah, I have no idea what was going on. I mean, what happened to him, but he did apologize when he came to the board.
Yeah, and can you please tell us what was you thinking during this 25? It's a long 25 minutes, right? When he's not showing up.
Yeah, I mean, it's after 15 minutes I started to think that maybe I won't be playing today, but no, fortunately he came just in time.
Yes. Okay. Shall we see the game now? What happened in the?
Yeah, it was the Scotch. Very. Complicated, of course, H4, kind of popular line. I mean, not so popular at the highest level, but still played by top players in rapids and so on. So I think Black has different moves here. Queen E6 is one of them, Knight D2, A5, Knight F3. Probably there's not much theory here. I think I analyzed this position, but I, of course, didn't remember very well during the game. Bishop D2, I thought I played logical, Bishop A6, C4, Knight B6, B3, and here I took a long think because I wasn't sure if I should castle first or play Bishop takes D2, but finally I went for the most natural, which is castle. And yeah, I was thinking that maybe his idea was to take on B4, AB and Knight D4, but it looks very risky also with white's king still in the center and the bishop underdeveloped. black can easily take over in this position. For example, I can play even queen e7 and after knight f5, queen c5, and I'm not really too worried here because e5 is very weak and rook e8 is coming and I can always play g6. So he played queen e3, which is of course the right move. Preparing to develop the bishop, so I took on d2, king d2, d5, and knight d4. I was kind of hoping for knight d4 because I saw that this queen e7 is, I mean, I thought it was very smart because the point is that if he takes on c6, then I have queen a3, and suddenly queen b2 is a threat, and also dc, and his king will be very weak. So I think he played well here, c5.
And also this king d2 was one of the best moves, right? I think the only best move in
once
this.
he goes queen e3, it's probably not right to take back on d2 with the queen. So yeah, king d2 feels natural. Also typical in this type of Scotch positions.
Okay.
Sometimes the king can easily hide after rook c1, for example, king c2, or maybe white is hoping sometimes to get an endgame and the king on d2 will be well placed. But yeah, anyway, c5 here I think was good to keep the center close, and after takes, rook c1, I felt that I was better, but I wasn't sure, and I already spent so much time here that I started to play a bit more practical. I knew that queen a3, for example, was an option, but I quickly played this queen b4 and bishop b7. Now a4 was a good move, because the thing is, of course, that if every time he takes on b4, ab, I'm hitting this pawn on a2, so after a4, he's kind of forcing me to make a decision. If I trade queens, then this is fantastic compensation for white, obviously. So queen e7 is very logical. And now after f4, knight d7, preparing c5, we get a strange position where I felt that I was better, but white also has some compensation, and I had little time, so anything could happen here. Queen g3, queen b4, I think the next critical moment.
Yeah, I have a question here. Instead of queen to g3, what would be your response if white play here knight to f5 and to start with the knight move?
I was thinking queen e6 was a good response.
And after knight d4?
Yes, knight d4, but I had queen h6, right? This was my plan. And so I'm threatened. He cannot really repeat because f4 is hanging, and also knight takes e5 could be a threat.
Maybe
And
queen
then
g3.
if queen, well, queen g3, I can even take on e5, knight f5, queen f6. Yeah, I think this is something like this I was calculating. And it looks very good for black.
All right. So you were not going to repeat
I mean, I knew
yeah?
it's not so simple, but but I have some resources, and objectively, maybe I'm just much better. But I think the way he played this was not bad at all. Yeah, queen b6 and bishop e2 was a surprise because I thought that I have this, for example, after a move like h5. I'll have always this queen e6, which is very smart, or I thought so during the game. And it's not so easy for him to defend the knight, like if bishop d3, because in general he would like to play queen g3 and then bishop d3, try to force me to play g6 and then open the h file, let's say. But after queen e6 it's not so simple, because after bishop d3 then I can go d4, and the queen is really not getting to g3. So that's why bishop e2 made a lot of sense. Because now c5, knight f5, if I play queen e6, then he goes bishop g4, and the queen can still get to g3 in case of d4. And here he has good compensation, or at least that's what I thought during the game. Knight g7 is a threat and so on.
Yeah.
That's why I play king h8, and then after h5 I immediately play h6. Maybe it's not the right move, because after h6 I always have g6, and e6 I'm not really worried because of d4. I saw this somehow during the game, but I wasn't sure, and I had little time, so I thought h6 is also natural. But after queen g3, yeah, queen b4, king d1, I suddenly saw this repetition, that he can go for it, but yeah, I decided to anyway keep playing, because first of all, I mean, my situation doesn't really allow me to go for a draw, and also I think the position is objectively quite good for black.
Yeah, you like this c4 in this position,
Yeah,
so,
yeah,
right?
takes. I mean, I even saw this queen c3. Was a bit worried at first because if white trades queens, then it's not so simple. But I can always keep queens, and you know, if he takes pawns, then yeah, it's type of position is very unpleasant with the king on d1.
Right.
For example, cd, there's knight e4 and knight f2 and all kind of tricks for black. Yeah, so after king e1, c takes b3, rook h3, I think we enter this long line. Initially, I thought this was impossible because I thought I'm simply taking on g2 here. I was very surprised when I saw that my pawn is on d5, but luckily I had bishop a6. Yes, and after rook f3, yeah, I decided to keep queens. And initially, I thought, yeah, I'll make it to move 40. I'll take on a4, and I should never lose. I mean, I knew I'm kind of better, but the more I thought after move 40 or 41, I just quickly realized that white is dead lost because the king is so weak. And
you can see these arrows on the board. We were so excited with all this pawn push and then activate the rook and all these situations here. It was very, very challenging game, but you had a good chance here to fight for the decisive result. But there was a game which was ended in a draw, and sometimes it's not so easy to somehow recover that kind of rating losses. In your case, now you need very, very small, but it's so difficult to get when your opponent is, for instance, 1800 player, right?
Yes.
So how you're dealing with this situation?
No, I knew it was going to be very hard, but it was my only chance anyway. It still is my only chance, so I have to try it. At least, and then I'll go just game by game, one game at a time, and try to just play well, put pressure, and play with energy, and play my best. Try to play my best. If it doesn't work, I mean, then at least I'll have the peace of mind that I tried. Yeah, yes. But I know objectively it's very, very difficult because players nowadays are so well prepared. Like this, I mean, I played my opponent yesterday was 1800 or between 18 and 1900. Yeah. And if you look at the game, position was completely equal on moves 25 or 30. So he was playing just completely normal moves. So that's why I think it's so difficult to play this type of tournament and win rating. But
we were wondering, what was the last time you played against 1800 player?
Yeah, no, I don't
Many
remember.
years ago,
yes.
probably. Yeah. Is there if we can ask and how much you can answer with that, this situation that you are almost in must-win situation in the games, right? Does that affect to your preparation or the decisions that you are making during the game to choose the direction? Like, for instance, are you choosing more like complicated options, or you want to play more stable variations to make sure that slowly you will go there?
Yeah, I think it's always on the back of your mind that you have to win. So in a way, it's simple because you have to reject all the really, really drawish lines. But yeah, it can of course be negative if you let it affect your play, like psychologically, because you sometimes think too much about the result instead of thinking about the moves. Yeah, that's the main mistake that I've made also in the past quite often, and that I'm trying to avoid. It's just about playing the game and just playing your best. It's you're playing you're in a tough situation, but on the other hand, you have a chance. So the best way to try to use this chance is just to try to play your best and not to think too much about this result.
Well, we all cross the fingers for you. Here we are in very beautiful place. We have all these beautiful areas that you can walk perhaps before and after the game. We have sunsets and sunrises, very nice. And we know that you arrived here some days before. How do you enjoy your time besides all this chess situation?
No, it's a great place. I mean, I'm very happy from the start. First of all, I always enjoyed playing in Spain. It's one of my favorite countries in general. The food is excellent. The people, the language is my language, and
Right.
so that's why I think traditionally I had great results here in Spain in the tournaments, and that's one of the reasons I decided to come also.
Yeah.
Anyway, if things don't go well, at least I'm in a good place and I'll have a good time. So far it's going great. Yeah, it's a wonderful place near the sea. You have nice promenade to walk, and it's kind of ideal situation to play chess, I think.
Yeah. Well, this is not even halfway to the end, right? It's just the beginning, round 4. So we hope that you will come more often to our studio to share your thoughts of your games. We really very much appreciate it. Thank you so much for coming here after a very long game and a very complicated game. So best of the luck for the other games.
Thank you. Thank you.
And yeah, hopefully we're gonna see you in the studio with more and more exciting games.
Hopefully I'll be back, yeah.
You guys, this was the last part of the round 4. We will see you tomorrow at 4:30 Central European Time with 5th round at the Sunway Chess Festival. See you tomorrow.